this is hopefully winning. Yes, I can bring up a wheel. And I'm apparently doing this now. I have got 2 spinner gains for all of the luxury. And I've turned my headphones up too loud. Anyway, let us see what we are allowed. We've got a wagon. I mean, I built some of these off stream. It was being very cruel. So let's hope I don't get leaf springs once again. I do need to choose the body type here anyway. There's also the various other specifications that need to be chosen, such as the wheelbase. Well, not... Yeah, this is the wheelbase. Actually, I don't know. I did leave a gap. I'm going to go large because it's landed on it, but I would have just spun again if I got the gap space, but yeah, it has chosen large, so I will go with that. If I can just find a large one. This should do for the time being. And the engine positioning, that also needs to be chosen. Are we getting wear or are we getting spin again? We're getting spin again. Wear engine estate is a bit strange, but it has been done. The Volkswagens of the 1960s, I think they had one. Did they call it Squareback or something? There was a Volkswagen estate in the 1960s, I think, and it did do that. So if we just go along, see this body that I have got for the time being, it is, as you'll see, it's massive. But hey, we can get a massive car in this shape. It's fairly flexible as far as these go. I mean, I don't know if the shooting brakes are like technically estates. I'd still call them more coupes, to be honest. Or sport coupes. So I've got 7 options here. Just got to check that is done correctly. We've got steel. Okay, that's cruel, but at least it's a stiff material, so it's not going to... the car's not going to be as wobbly, especially given the massive size of it. We've got less options here. We've got... Yeah. I did not do my setup properly. Yeah, so we'll go... I'll have to add this stuff, because it's like I was messing around with an E-type body, and there were a lot of body options. Hence why it has been doing that. 1 and 2. So I can get this fixed. Just going to take a bit of time. And now I am burning time. I mean, I am a little early at least. So 1, 2, and 3. I will shuffle these wheels before using them. And then we've got 1, 2. And this is just a lot of options. There's actually a few normal ones in here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. I mean, this will take a little bit of time, but 1. I need to enter. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a bunch of others which need to be removed. I keep scrolling like down the page. Okay, that's good. Yeah, so I've got a number of wheels here, which, as I say, I'll have to shuffle them before actually using them, unless I forget. So then we've got 6, and yeah, I've done the 7 wheel. Okay. We are now back on track, so the wheels are fixed. I said I'm going to have to shuffle them and I didn't. Oh well, we've got a 3 anyway, because well, at least we've avoided the ladder frame, perhaps because of my inability to shuffle, so I'll take that much as a victory. What do we get for the chassis? We've got another 3, which isn't too bad. It's just making a fairly normal car at this point. So it did choose rear for the engine positioning before, so we don't get transverse or longitudinal here. We'll just select that one. Now, we are most likely to end up with independent suspension, which I should not talk about because I know how the wheel can be. Shuffle them a little. And let us see. Yes! We've got struts! Probably one of the most excited like responses ever to getting struts. But we've not got leaf springs, which the wheel loves choosing. It's actual independent front suspension. It's not really showing, is it? If I turn that around, we have got actual... yeah. Actual independent front suspension, that kind of shows it. The game just loves covering this up, and the wheel as well. They just love covering up what I'm trying to show. So what will we get for rear suspension? We need a wheel of 3 options. Shuffle that a little. Yeah, it just ends up in order anyway, pretty much. And it does love choosing the spin again option, so... see what becomes of it. We've got struts. Okay, I'll take it though. It's not the best config, but we've got independent suspension, which will count for a lot in terms of how this handles against things with front leaf springs. There's a lot of these types of bodies. I mean, I'm going to keep with this wagon. I'm not going to go with a 2-door, because I don't really see that as a wagon. I see that a bit more of a shooting brake. So if I just remove a wheel. There's like there's a one with 4 doors here, or 5 I guess technically. And there's the one with 2 somewhere around here, but... or 3, I guess 3 doors, because I forget about the boot being like actually a hatch type, but... this is one I'd see more of an estate. I'll probably change this body for something a little more interesting, but for now it's working. There is probably some engine size space here. So are we getting some kind of all-wheel drive or 4-wheel drive, or are we getting some kind of rear-wheel drive setup? Have we got it? No, we've got spin again. So let us see again. I mean, it's going to choose that, isn't it? I mean, there's one kind of cheesy method I can do, which is like just grab it a little and then spin it. Hopefully that like casts it just off spinning again. I don't know. Either way, we've got all-wheel drive, so this could be pretty good. I mean, I say that, it'll probably give me a completely messed up engine, but we will see. We will see. So we have got to choose 4 options, which this is still kind of ordered. Let's mix that up. And let's not go scroll down. Let's actually use the wheel properly. We've got a V engine. Inline is not great for a rear engine layout, so I'll take that. It's not the worst option it could have given me. We'll spin the wheel of 3 options and get rid of that. Advert. Yeah, you may notice it's choosing spin again quite a bit. We've got a V6. V6 can be good. I don't know. It's good in terms of a sizing perspective. It's one of the better engines for a rear engine layout. So it's not entirely bad. It's just there's not a lot of cylinders to like dissipate poor internal components over. So if it like gives me cast iron everything, then yeah, speaking of, it's not going to be great. Cast iron block, okay. It's not the worst place to give me cast iron. It's heavier, but you know, there's far worse ways to mess me up here. We've got overhead cam, that's not terrible. It's not the absolute best, but it generally makes good power. And we have got to bring up the other wheel, because I've got one for like each numbers, each set of numbers of parts to choose from. A 3-valve overhead cam, not the most obvious for a high performance engine, but it can be pretty good. It's definitely one of the better headers the wheel could have randomly selected for me. We need 7 options, so let's grab that and spin. Are we getting 6? Yes. 6 is good. That's aluminium performance. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, definitely aluminium performance. It could have given me aluminium billet race, but I'll take performance. Like, that's solid. Cast iron lower end, aluminium performance header with 3 valves. Pretty solid starting point here. I probably shouldn't be saying this because we know what the wheel does when it thinks when the wheel thinks I'm happy with its decisions. We've got forged, okay. Not high end, not super high end, but it is still forged. And then what now do we get? Probably getting spin again. You see, it loves choosing spin again. Pretty consistently as well, might I add. Oh, we've got cast heavy. That's not the worst. I mean, generally Conrad's like heavier duty stuff over the lighter duty stuff. So even though it's a 1 on the options, I mean, it could have been a little crueler than it actually has been here. And we're getting another 3. We are getting forged. Okay, pistons aren't always forged. So, you know, it's at least consistently heavy duty. Even if we have to deal with some weak conrods, which I think are going to hold it back a little for just overall torque and probably power. I'll have to see. Might still be a decent unit overall. Oh, Wheel. You just didn't want to give me the harmonic damper, did you? Because it's an upgrade. Indeed, it just wants me to have counterweights. Yes, Wheel is cruel at times. And then we've got another chance to spin with the 2 options. We don't get valve timing. I think we'll survive without valve timing. You know, it's not giving us front leaf springs. I actually got lucky I got struts on the front. And we do get continuous variable valve lift. Bit of an odd choice to have no valve timing and variable valve lift, like continuous, so pretty high end in comparison. Now, there's 4 options for like turbo supercharger, and if we get a turbo, it will be a different option. Wheel. We are getting a turbocharger. So, as to demonstrate, we go to the other wheel, where we have 3 options here. And I've spun that one. I wasn't expecting to spin it. I just let go, and it did spin anyway. But we do have to spin again, as per the request of the wheel. Oh dear, you're on this, aren't you again, Wheel? Just going to spin again 1,000,000 times. It's done that before. I'm going to just rotate that a little, so hopefully it doesn't land on spin again. Yes. We've got compound turbo. Imagine getting 4 turbos on this. Wouldn't that be a crazy decision? We have got to choose. Are we getting 2 pairs or 1 pair? 1 pair or 2? I was thinking it was going to land on a 1. It didn't. It just went on spin again. So I will have to spin again, as the wheel has asked. And we are getting 2 pairs of turbos, yes. Like, even if these turbos are terrible, it's going a bit crazy and I like it. 3 valve per cylinder and 4 turbochargers. It's starting to get into a very curious engine. And it's a V6, so it should mount quite well in a rear-engined layout. This is either going to be excellent or downright awful, and it's going to explode at the first chance it gets. So we're getting a wastegate there. We've got okay, we've got a couple of options here for the other wheel to arrive at a conclusion. Yeah, you're going to give me some low-end turbos. This is for low-performance turbos as well, so if you want it to cut in earlier, you actually want the good technology here more than the high RPM ones, where you can have like a journal bearing, and the lack of low RPM performance doesn't really hurt you in the same way. So, let us see. Are we going to get a ball bearing? I think we are just barely going to get a ball bearing. So we've got geometry standard, but a ball bearing. Not the worst option. And we have got 4 of the turbos. So, you know, could have been worse. Could have been worse on how it was treating me. We are getting variable geometry, high performance. Yeah, if only you could have done that on the low performance ones. Still, I don't really have a position to complain. I am letting the wheel torture me. Okay, so we kind of got the inverse of the first one, I think. Yeah, so we've got variable with a ball bearing, and then we've got standard with a... No, we've got variable with a journal bearing, sorry, and we've got standard with a ball bearing. That's a very interesting way of going about it. Just like the options kind of mirror each other. Now, are we allowed fuel injection? It can work with a carb. If it has to, and indeed we're getting carb. The wheel is just going completely wild today. It's like, sure, this engine will maybe make sense with fuel injection. No, you're getting a carburetor just for the sake of insanity. Now, this is where the moment of truth is. Oh no. Wheel! Why? Why have you done this, Wheel? Okay. I'm not going to say anything. Look, Wheel, what are you planning? Oh dear. Wheel! Why? Why do I only get a single barrel eco carb when I've got 4 turbochargers and a multi-valve header? Why have you done this to me, Wheel? I'm going to ramp that size up of a carb in the desperate hope it's going to make any kind of power. But yeah, it did this with a car before. Only the engine wasn't this wild, but it did restrict it quite a lot. And that only made about 203 horsepower because of this awful carburetor. At least awful for a performance car of any description. Maybe it's okay on an economy car, not on anything with like 4 turbos. Now, you give us ethanol blend. Yeah, so you're giving us decent fuel. You just couldn't give us a decent carburetor. I mean, if it went with a fuel injection, I would have been guaranteed to get something half decent. So we're getting E10. That's mostly unleaded petrol, I think. And not leaded. It has chosen leaded fuel before. Thankfully, we don't have to suffer that today. And we've got a standard mid-RPM intake. At this point, I don't think any of this stuff forward is going to affect it in a negative way. I mean, we have got... we've got the single barrel eco carb. It may still make power. I do also have the size to select. I mainly forgot about that. But also, yeah, we've not got turbo compact. That's decent. But also, I forgot to tune it, but I do have to choose a size, and I do have to make something that the engine will work with, because if you have 6 cylinders, sometimes the engine just won't work if you try and push that engine to like 5 litres or something, so I don't do that. And we are getting a single exhaust. The Wheel is building a totally wild engine here. You'd think this, just looking at it, would have dual exhaust. Oh, no, we don't get bypass valves. No bypass valves for us. So we've got 6 more options here. Let us see. Will we have a nice exhaust? I think we're getting a 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very good for fuel economy. Freeway plus pre-cat. Not so good for airflow as some of the other technologies. As I say, I don't think it's going to make too much difference with a single barrel eco carb. You never know. It's just, I feel like the Wheel built a crazy performance engine, and it's like, oh, I've changed my mind. I'm building an economy bias engine suddenly. So we have got reverse flow. Okay. I mean, it's not going to be the loudest thing in the world if it's actually got a decent muffler. Maybe it'll still be fairly loud. I honestly don't know. We've got 1 muffler, but it's a decent muffler. So as this engine stands, the numbers are looking okay. The torque figures are good. That's important here, because if the torque figures were downright awful, I would have concerns. Like, I can rev the engine lower though, and just like use the settings to do that, so that's quite easy. I'll see engine size and stuff. This is only one specific body. You can sometimes get bodies that are better. But should I have to, how far can I push it? Like, I think 5 litres might actually work. Not just work visually, but I mean, 5 litres might be workable, yeah. So if I completely mess up the bore and make that impossibly high, 5 litres is justifiable. So I'm going to go with 5 litres just because I know I can get it working. I won't be running these figures so wild as it is here. But I'm going to go 2 litres to 5 litres. So that is actually conveniently 4 options. Let us see what the Wheel chooses. And it's chosen a 5 litre V6. Okay. It's totally wild though, this engine for a V6. And this engine isn't great. I'll try tuning it for economy, just on this menu now, because that might get it to a workable state. I can also remove a wheel for the time being. Yeah, so that gets it to a somewhat workable state. It doesn't make any power in this state of build, but I'm going to retune it myself anyway. I just want something that kind of works for the time and doesn't, like, explode. At least this way, we have a basis to work from. I could have a look at the engine headers. No, there's only basic on the 3-valve setup. So, yeah, 111.1 bhp. Or horsepower, should it say? Not bhp. That is remarkable how it's just got 4 ones in a row just by chance. As I say, I won't be keeping that. We do have to bring up the wheel, though, and let it choose our transmission. What fate will await? And I've also selected that in a weird way. We're getting an automatic. I mean, this has to be one of the more wild cars the wheel has built. Automatic can be okay. Like, it's not the best transmission, but yeah. As I say, it's given us a 2. I was thinking that's a 1. No. It's a 2. So we've got a 5-speed auto. There's worse transmissions out there. For example, if I go to a sequential, you can get a 2-speed. We have not got a 2-speed. We've got at least a half-decent number of gears, if it is kind of a slush box automatic. So I think there's still some performance to be had in this particular context, situation, let's say. We're getting a diff. We've not got an open diff, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A helical. I don't think a helical is the best. And that is... I think it's like somewhere with clutched. I don't know. I think viscous is probably the worst actual diff, but still a diff. So we'll probably be good here. We are all-wheel drive. I forgot that. This is actually all-wheel drive with 4-corner independent suspension. So I kind of looked out. It's not going to be light, but kind of the heart is in the right place. Kind of speak. I think it will be better than some crazy contraptions the wheel has built. And we have got radials. We've not got race radials, but we have got radials. And are we getting a 3? Oh no. Look, it's chunky off-road. There's cross-ply chunky off-road. It's chosen that before. It's chosen a downright awful tyre here. But at least it's given me radials. It has been crueler in the past. At least with this, being radials, I think I can go with brute size. I will change the body, as I say, most likely. But this does offer some widening, so I'll try playing around with that, yeah. Being radials, we can go 395 front and rear with still quite large wheels. So that's pretty good. What wheels do we get? I mean, this thing has perhaps a redeeming factor. It might be decent off-road. As I say, these are a lot better than the cross-ply, as awful as they are, and we are getting steel wheels. I could kind of see this being an off-roader of sorts. Not like a performance off-roader, but just some kind of off-road estate. Could work for it. I would have to realistically raise it up. But if I set this up for comfort, I feel like it could at least be decent on the off-road terrain. It's just, you're not going to want to race it. Because it's like someone built a trail car, but it was an estate, not an SUV. It does give me SUV vibes, though, in a way. Like a modern SUV. It's just not an SUV. Ah, yes. The good old drum brakes return. Look, it's one of those cases. It's given me a decent engine, and it's given me fully independent suspension. I think despite everything else that's going on with this, it's going to have a level of handling. And because it's on radials, I have also the, perhaps, advantage of being able to make the drums just gargantuan and huge by putting larger wheels on. So yeah, it's not as much the end. We have got disc brakes on the back, for all it's worth. I mean, they're less likely to overheat and cause loads of brake fade. So that's definitely an advantage. I mean, trying to look at the upside here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got incredibly good disc brakes on the front and drums on the front. Sorry, incredibly good disc brakes on the rear and drums on the front. This is a very real car so far, in terms of what it has allowed me to use. Now, are we going to get a race diffuser? That would certainly be an interesting change of events. No, we're getting a sport under tray, not particularly bad. Now, there is the option for aero as well, which I do also leave to the wheel, at least partially. So we've got all, and we've got front. No, we've got not got front. Front only just messes up a car, so I don't add it. We've got neither, and we've got rear, and we've got all. So which one of these will it choose? I'll have to add that onto the design. Are we getting rear or are we getting spin again? Rear, I'll take it. Could have been a lot crueler than just rear only downforce, so if we remove a wheel. And no, I don't want to mess with that right now. So we've got... I did say I'm probably going to change the body, but for the time being, I'm just going to like stick some bits on here that will hopefully, yeah, that engine really hangs off the back. I can remove the airbox and that radiator won't be in the way so much. But yeah, that's the nature of having the engine sized up like this. It will likely get a little smaller because I'll probably make it just less ridiculously proportioned. And we're going to go add this. Like, this is going to change, but functionally, this is our aero. This should give us front and rear downforce. Oh, I forgot. It actually does say rear only downforce. So we don't need for front. Like, I did just kind of instinctively add it. We don't need that. So if we go back here, there is a wheel of 2, which I will bring up on the screen in a moment. And that is going to choose whether we are allowed active wing and cooling flaps. We are not allowed an active wing, but are we allowed cooling flaps? I feel like I will go with an older body here because I just think it'll look cooler. But it depends on engine sizing as well. This body was just convenient. It was right size, right shape, so that's why I've ended up on it. We can go with even more rear seats. I might go back to this. I don't know. I don't think we need a third row, although some estates do have like +2 in the back. So I don't know. I guess it wouldn't be the worst time to choose a different body. So I can go into that currently and then I can return sort of this final stuff out. Because when we're at the seats, I mean, I don't want to throw away a chance I could have to, you know, add seats, remove seats, all that. Is that, technically I guess it is a wagon, but it's an MPV to me. I see that as an MPV because it's like the Vauxhall Zafira, I believe, from the late 90s. So, yeah, that's interesting that that's categorised as an estate. Ooh, 78, that says. Looks a little more modern to me, but that is quite large. I mean, I could go with like a 50s one, honestly. But it is rear-engined. Is that like Buick GNX? Still a little smaller than I believe I should go with. These are apparently estates, but not really. That, I think that was broken. I tried using that body before. I think it's a bit broken. I mean, there are some large ones. That's 2.95. I think we can go a little larger than that, given the body type. 2.96. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, more vintage bodies. This looks like some kind of old Dodge body. I mean, there was one of these. Yeah, this one isn't broken. At least how it looks. But the engine does stick up quite a bit. Not much I can do about the engine sticking up, though, into the back. Anyway, as I say, I quite like this. So this is how long? 3.12 meters. It's actually, I think, shorter than the last one, but it looks gargantuan. I quite like this. I mean, it doesn't support rear engine, though. I do quite like it still. It just, I didn't pay attention to what I needed to have on the selection options. So I'm going to have to pay for my mistake by not having the body. I went, ooh. This is interesting. We could go with one of these. 3.05. I would say this is definitely smaller than some of the bodies, but it would still count as large. I think it's like a Rolls Royce or something from the 30s. This would be an interesting thing to build, though, no doubt. And it does support the rear engine layout. The engine doesn't fit, though. But it does, kind of, I think. Does it? Like, I can't see the engine. It's not showing. Maybe I'll select this. Yeah, Merlin, is that? So I think Merlin... Isn't that like the Spitfire engine? It was made by Rolls-Royce. I don't know. I think that's how it's supposed to connect. It says it doesn't fit. Is that... That's why it's not showing it in... Yeah, it doesn't fit at all. Maybe if it was a front-wheel drive, it would fit a much bigger engine. That makes sense. Or not front-wheel drive, front engine unit. So... I'm going to see what there is. There's this one. That's quite large. I mean, I feel like there's a longer version of that. That's 2.95. There we go. I mean, this fits a lot of engine in the front. Not sure about the back. It seems to fit the engine. Yes. Yes, this one does support rear engines. So we can still have our large American boat body, which I so love. So we've got different ones by the looks of it. There's that one, there's this one. I feel like that's not so much a wagon, but we've got two wagons. I might let the wheel decide. There doesn't appear to be much difference. I do like this body though. I think that one might be like a facelift or something. Most likely it's something along those lines. So I will, I'll bring up a wheel of 2, which I actually already have open conveniently. Let us see which one it will have us choosing. It doesn't matter too much, honestly, but I like to have the wheel controlling everything that the wheel can realistically control. And we're getting this first body, which is, as I say, this is the one I prefer, so hey, I won't complain too much about that. I mean, look, it's chosen. Actually, I think it chose all-wheel drive. I don't think I selected which one of the all-wheel drive options, so there's 5 here. Because I just stuck in all-wheel drive, or 4x4, and I didn't actually choose it beyond that, so let us see. We're getting 4x4 anyway. Oh well. Like, at least I tried. I mean, 4x4 isn't awful though, especially with these tyres. If I'm trying to build some kind of off-roady estate, which I guess you wouldn't with this body because it'll just get high-sided on the middle if you try and go over any bumps. But hey, if it looks cool, I mean, I think it'll do okay off-road. I don't necessarily have to build the most off-roady thing ever, just something that, you know, is has a little bit of ground clearance and it can still tie it all together. It's on steel wheels, I forgot that. So in a way, this body will work. I can just put 1960s wheels on it, and no one will really question it. Look, I'm getting my boat. I like my boat. So we've got the interior to choose. The wheelie wheelie. I don't know, I called it something strange on OBS, but we are getting a basic or premium, is that? Yeah, it's just edge to premium. Which again is Susan American boat. I will take that. So we've got 1970s onwards for entertainment, otherwise known as 8-track onwards. So we will see which kind of entertainment we are allowed. Okay, apparently a very sophisticated boat. We are getting a heads-up display of some kind. It has not got a CD player though, I don't think, so I am now grumpy. Standard heads-up display, okay. Apparently they had them in the 1970s. So that's a thing. Was it on the 6 wheel? Yeah, it did choose a 6, which is the latest. I just had to check that I weren't being completely dumb. So we've got 7 options for power steering. Yes, and we've got very good power steering, electric variable. I mean, hey, maybe some people will prefer hydraulic or hydraulic variable or rack and pinion hydraulic. I don't know, so my mind is all confusing them. We have, hopefully, I mean, you maybe see what I want. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to give the wheel that satisfaction. Yes, we've got traction control. Like, I don't know exactly what decides this because sometimes it just decides, like, you are allowed these 2 at the bottom and sometimes it decides you're not. Either way, we've got traction control and ABS. Nothing wrong with that. If it didn't give me ABS, I would be seriously concerned, especially on top of the tyres. It has decided I am allowed. So, which safety do we get? As I say, I'm doing 70s and onwards here. And are we getting 3? I wonder what decade that is. Because I honestly can't remember all the numbers. So 70... 80, 90. So again, 90 safety. Interesting choice. And we have got 3 different options to choose from for 90 safety. How sophisticated it will be. We've got very basic, so basic 90 safety. Should be pretty light in the grand scheme of things. But less safe than a lot of the other options that I perhaps could... Yeah. Hi, Revo. It is, indeed. I mean... the whole American thing of it, like the whole American body, I just wanted to use this. That's what it's come down to. But the wheel did choose a wagon, and so yeah. Yeah, they're also called estates. They're called Taurus as well. They call them all kinds of stuff. Mine was definitely advertised as a Tourer, and not a wagon or anything. I don't know. There's also, like, I'm sure some of them have been called shooting brakes in the past. We've got a comfort suspension. I feel like it's just building an American boat, though, honestly. Only with the engine in the back, for who knows what reason. It went completely crazy with the engine. I'll have to show that in a moment. But for now, we have to choose the dampers. Okay. We're getting pretty good suspension. Pretty active suspension. That's pretty darn good. It is rear engined. It's got a rear engine V6. Kind of looks like a V8, but it is a V6. So we've got 37% of the weight at the front on a 2.3 almost ton vehicle. It is a very nice number of 2269 for weight. We've got a 4x4 setup as well. It's a little odd, but I just wanted to use a 50s boat body. So, you know, it said large estate or large wagon. I'm gonna use the American boat body from the late 50s. So, yeah, the engine I do need to go on to because it just went, the wheel went absolutely wild with this. It chose a 60-degree V6, fair enough, and then it said you're getting a 3-valve per cylinder overhead cam header. And then from there, it chose like forged other than the conrods for some reason. And it also chose we're getting 2 pairs of turbochargers, naturally what you need in a rear engined estate. And we are getting, yeah, we've got high performance and low performance. So we've got like 4 turbos. Then, here's where it went truly crazy. You're getting 1 single barrel eco carb. So the absolute worst carburetor for, at least for airflow, that's what it's decided to give for 4 turbo V6. And it's also 5 litres, I probably didn't mention. The wheel decided it wanted a 5 litre V6. Like, this is just downright crazy. Oh, and also I don't get a dual exhaust. I'm only allowed 1 exhaust on this thing. And 1 muffler. I mean, I can see how it sounds if I just stop the music for a moment. Doesn't sound of much of anything. But still, this is just like the automatic tune. I am going to fix that myself and it will make some power. There is also, though, these figures look ridiculous, and I don't think it's going to need to be that high. As long as I'm making like 7,000 RPM, it should be fine. I just have to reproportion the engine, because I went absolutely crazy with it to actually get the thing to fit in the car. Well, not fit in the car, to make it actually like make the power, and just test the limits of what the size could actually go up to. You know what, this isn't actually that bad, so I guess because it's tiny compared to the 5 litre. So if I go, oh dear, 6,200, that is not a lot of RPM. I mean, that's like, I've made the overall proportions a lot more reasonable, and now it only weighs 6,100. Yeah, I mean, this seems to have my problem with building V8s. Like, whenever I build a V8, it ends up being super quiet in this game. Like, it's not that I'm not trying to build a noisy engine. The engines that I just build out of V8s, they make no noise whatsoever. This has the exact same issue. It's not like I'm explicitly trying to make a quiet engine. I just apparently make engines which don't make any noise. I mean, maybe I try and make them too efficient and then they get really efficient, and then when they're so efficient, there's just no noise as, like, excess. Now, we have been given radials. They're terrible radials, but we have been given radials, so we can just rack them right up. There we go. Like, 295 on the front and 285 on the rear, and I think we can, like, widen this out a little. Yeah, we can do that, so I'm sure you can get wider tyres on this, though. The first body I messed with, it actually did let you put wider tyres on. So I guess I'll have to change my body from this American boat. Now I am upset. I wanted to use the American boat. I'll have to just find something else that's large. Ooh, Mercedes. Yes. Like, This is a luxury Mercedes body. Close enough. And it supports rear engined. I don't know what. Where is it not let? Why is it not letting me? Oh yeah. So I need to select the estate. There's only one. I keep calling it an estate. It calls it a wagon in here. So I should probably use the term in automation. Yeah, modern and 50s concept cars. I mean, honestly, what I feel is like, I feel it's just like some weird prototype from the 1970s that they hid away, probably for good reason. Yeah, so this has actually only got 60% of the way now. I think it's because the body is heavier, at a guess at least. Wait, it's making 185 horse now, just by resizing it. This is actually lighter, 2178 kilos. I'm getting sidetracked. The wheels, how wide can I get these things? Let us hope. Yeah, imagine like it didn't let me widen up the track at all. So they'll go quite wide. But I'm sure in some bodies you can get like 395 width tyres, so that's the kind of thing I want. It has got no, it's not got double returns. It's got McPherson struts front and rear. So for once, the wheel hasn't been super cruel and given me leaf springs. I mean, I'm amazed. So that it says this supports rear engine. I'm sure it didn't before. Apparently it does. There's a Dodge body then. I mean, if I can use this as an American boat, I want to use an American boat, but it just doesn't seem to take nicely to having insanely wide tyres. I might have to go with something more modern, because with these terrible tyres, that's where the performance is. 305 and 345. I don't know, it's like, I'm sure some of them must be able to fit wider tyres. Yeah. I mean, it is fairly realistic if you, like, think about the wheel builds. Like, it does dumb stuff, but that's what makes it amusing. Like, this just, you can do realistic stuff easily, but I find it's just less fun. Like, the wheel does things in totally illogical, random ways. I mean, it's like, I did once see someone that apparently used, these AI chatbots to make cars, and I tell you, they're just super boring. Like, the wheel is often extremely mean to me, but at least the cars have character. So, yeah, this is crazy. What is this? This is, like, over 3 meters, so I'd say it's probably just about wide enough to consider it large. Now, if I go along, how crazy can I get? I think you need something that just allows you to go completely wild with the tyre width. So that is a wagon. I mean, I think the Dodge went up to like 345 width, and it's not cross-ply, so the tyres will go like infinitely wide pretty much. So it's not the tyres' fault or the wheels config or any of that. I mean, I don't know, maybe there is just like limits to the estate bodies typically, but I'm sure the first one allowed me to have absurdly wide tyres. Granted, that was a modern body and I weren't the biggest fan of it, but that did allow them. It was one of these, I think. I mean, I did before, like, it wasn't on a stream or anything, but I did get it to give me like a longitudinal front-wheel drive car with live coil on the front. That was certainly an amusing idea. I mean, I'll probably design that at some point. Like, if I want to design it on stream but not build the whole car, because it should be an interesting thing to come up with a design for. So there's our struts. Yeah, I gotta choose this body. I mean, I started off with this body. I didn't think I'd come back to it, but it has a lot of engine room, and you can fit absurdly massive tyres on, so I guess it's the right thing. There is, there's vans, apparently. There's vans based on this body. I mean, they're obviously not the most van-like vans, but no less. I mean, there is a free door, but I won't be using that because I don't regard that as actually being a wagon tourer type thing. There is car trim. The car has oversteer. I was fearing that was the engine wouldn't fit. Yeah. The honestly, you don't need to know too much maths on this. It's just like following the basically you follow the menus and stuff and tweak everything until it somehow works. Like that's what it's really about. I mean, you can go with like extra 2 seats. I don't think I did ask it what seat number it wants, so I'll have to do that. But I do want to make sure I have the like tires and stuff. So this is like, they're not the most elegant fender flares in the world, but as you'll see, this body, 395 width tyres. I don't know why it's so hard, honestly, to choose 395 width tyres for one of these cars. They're wide, yes, but why does nothing support it? Yeah. Honestly, I don't know what this body is either. Like, I think this is a, I think it's like a modern high-end BMW or something. It might actually be like a BMW 7 Series, but like a fictional tourer version of a 7 Series, which never existed. Like, that would be my guess. I honestly don't know, though. I could probably bring that right forwards because extra interior space. I don't know. If I could go with like a more raked windscreen, I would like that, but it doesn't look like it's doing that. Kind of want to make it look like a Ferrari just because I haven't actually let the random hex colour generator choose me a colour. So I'll have to do that. I mean, there's one there from when the site loaded up, but I don't know if I've already used that, so I'll clear that and then I'll bring it up where I can generate some colours. Blue and green. Or some kind of, I think it's more turquoise. Now I want to call it the Miku Mobile, because that's like Miku colour. It's, you know, not super blue, but the hex, the hex is just this code, honestly. The hex is just, you search for it and it generates one of these, and automation is able to like use that, so that's how I generate these colours. I mean, it's not any fancy maths, like I just copy and paste that, gives me the colour that's displayed on the web page. I mean, it gives the wheel a way of choosing a colour. Well, not technically a wheel, but gives a way of randomising it. So, we'll copy that one as well. I don't know about the green, but I do like the Miku colour. I mean, I think that's close enough to a Miku colour, so yeah. Yeah, Miku doesn't have green as far as I know. But I think it's like Miku's hair, I think, is more like blue-green. So that kind of seems close. I'm not saying it's like the exact colour, it isn't. But I think it's about as close as I'm going to get randomly generated. So I like the idea of just building a wild Miku wagon. It just seems fun. So I could do like a stick figure Miku or something. There's not a lot I can do with the automation controls, but I think I can make it fun. Yay. Turquoise. I mean, the roof, I don't know. Like, the green is technically an accent colour or something. Like, I think the way I generate it, one is supposed to be like the main colour and one is supposed to be some kind of accent or assist colour, whatever you call it. So I could use the green to make the interior and just use the whole exterior in this blue colour. And I am technically using the colours it has chosen. I feel like maybe I should give it a glass roof. I don't think the Wheel can rule against sunroofs. But just make the whole thing glass, I think that would look pretty incredible. I mean, maybe not what you would think for something that's at all sporting, but still. So there is transparency. Okay, I can change that. I think I use like 0.9 on the rest of the car. The roof, there we go. I can actually change that to edit paint, just call it glass. Yes, the glass roof. So, I mean, I'm racing at this point for the wheel to literally give me Core 2 Duo colours, which is like blue and silver, or blue and white. I don't think I've been that lucky yet. But I do want the blue and white car. I mean, I did the first car in that because I didn't randomly generate colours at the time, but I do want the blue and silver car. I mean, it's crazy to think, like, 20 years now since the Core 2 Duos. Where did the time go? Since the first Core 2 Duos. So that is a way of making a roof. I think I'll make the wing the same blue colour, though, I've used elsewheres. I mean, the suspension isn't great, but it is, like, it's front and rear strut, McPherson strut, so it's not actually awful. On car... Get that, and then I think that's those wheel arches. I quite like that. I mean, the glass roof is like terrible for performance. Granted, I can argue this thing is made of heavy steel, so it's probably got enough stiffness just by being made of steel. I think, is it like 2.2 tons? I had one that was like 2.8 tons. No, this is 2.5 with a different body, so, you know. But this body does allow larger wheels. So I guess you gain some, you lose some. I'd rather have the extra traction, especially on dreadful tyres. Anything you can do to put this down. I mean, these tyres do look like they have more contact patches though than the cross-ply ones. The cross-ply looks like it has like a tiny patch in the middle there, and then no other traction. And I mean, they are literally the equivalent of GTA drift tyres, as in, everyone hates them because they have no grip whatsoever. So, there's the body. The wheels. It does have to have steel wheels, apparently. So, you know what? I'm thinking just give it some fancy hubcaps. There is hubcaps in this game, so could probably find some nice looking hubcaps and that would sort it out fairly nicely. Or I could just go with alloys. Actually, there is some crazy ones. There's a monospoke. I'm just going to claim these are steel wheels because it looks insane and I love it. I'm going to just claim they're steel wheels. Oh no, the drum brakes. The drum brakes are showing and they're hideous. So, that's a thing. I am going to have to tune this engine. If this can make like 400 horse, it's going to be incredibly quick though, regardless. Even if I can't grip on it. I wonder how the braking performance is actually. 78.8 meters. Granted, I think that's probably brake size as well. 52.5 meters. That is still terrible. Okay, we've got under 50 meters braking. Like, that is awful. I think it'll handle okay because it's got all-wheel drive. I just don't think it's going to brake. I don't think it's going to slow at all. Those drum brakes just look hideous with these wheels. But I can claim these wheels are steel anyway. I wonder, does having larger wheels actually make the braking any better? So if I go to 22 or even 23... 50.2... 49.7... 49.4... So the number is going down as I downsize the wheels. 49.3 and yeah, 49.3. Starts making the brakes smaller at that point. So 20-inch wheels is kind of the best balance for this. I mean, it's got incredibly good rear brakes. I think I've heard of that like Toyota City. Right, so the importance, yeah, before 1959. Ah, so they changed it in 1959. My head is not reading very well, but I guess that makes sense. But Toyota's probably one of the larger companies, honestly. I still think I like the 90s Toyotas the most because they just seem special. As in, like, they seem like unstoppable, as in nothing can just stop a 90s Toyota working. So, I've got that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just playing around here. I probably need a better step, but I feel like this could actually tie it together quite nicely on the front and back if I have something like this between the wheels. There we go. So I can make them smaller. Like, that I don't think looks too awful. As I say, I may change it, but for the time being, I think that ties the design together pretty nicely. Yeah, Wolfsburg becoming Volkswagen. I mean, imagine if it did that anywhere. Call it, call Longbridge Rover City or something. I mean, I don't know. Somehow I don't think that'll get past the government. Because the government didn't save Rover in 2005, so I doubt they'd care enough about them to call a city after them. There we go. That lines up a little better. I mean, I keep thinking, should I go with chrome, I wonder? Yes, it's the Miku van. It has to be perfect. It actually splits the windscreen and stuff decently. I mean, I'm still not certain I like the glass roof, but it is interesting, certainly. And it just means I don't have to bother with a headlight. Yeah, they renamed Rover. They did that, I think, when it went to China. I mean, the thing is also there's loads of German companies, so it's like... I don't know how the others would feel about, like, Volkswagen getting their own city and them not getting one. I mean, there's BMW. It's like, I don't know why so many people like BMW, though. But it's like BMW has this godly status among people, and I don't know where it comes from, honestly. I think I'd go with chrome wheels. I mean, they're definitely steel wheels, but steel wheels can be chrome. Yes. The chrome on that isn't actually too much, because there's not much wheel there. I mean, I did see those wheels, though, and I wanted to use them on something, because they just look so wild. Now, I might look at a guide like how to draw Miku, because I actually want to do a full Miku on this car. I think it would be fun. But man, I always seem to make my life harder on this game. Like, I should not be naming a car like this. I'd just call it Miku-mobile, honestly. But I mean, I should not be drawing a car, drawing a character on the car. Miku-mobile. A real Miku-mobile. BMW? That's interesting. I mean, I don't know, is that... Unless the V is pronounced completely different, I just always called it BMW. I don't know. Maybe it's just a mistranslation or something, and then no one ever bothered to correct it. I could put Miku on the side. I want to put a Miku on the bonnet, though. I can't believe I'm actually looking like how to draw Miku to make an automation car. I guess it's a first time for everything. I mean, I should know how to draw, but like automation is an entirely different beast, so I have to like break it down to make it actually easy enough for me to create. I mean, I do have an art channel, so I can pretend I'm an artist. I could try a silhouette, that might help. Ah, the W with a V, it makes sense, but like I feel, it feels like one of those things you would have to have a German accent for it to actually sound correct. Because I don't have a German accent. There's a WikiHow on how to draw Miku. Let's see if this is any good. There's like different ones, I think. It's got like create a stick figure and then like add to it and stuff. I could try cutting corners. Okay, I think I can work with this. I think I could work with this. It is not going to be the easiest thing though. I'm already fearing it. Yeah. I mean, in this case though, I'm using WikiHow because like I need a kind of reference showing how to draw it, as if I didn't have that, I don't know where I would start with this whole thing. I mean, it seems to show the basics though well enough. So this is supposed to look like legs. It doesn't look anything like legs because I'm not good at it. I think that was like a metal colour I used before. Kind of works anyway. So, oh, there's also the snapping to the middle. I could turn mirror off. I feel like the sizing is also off on this. Like, it needs to be a smaller piece of what's it, trim to work. Something like this. You see, it just snaps to the middle though, and that's not ideal. I mean, at this point, I think I'll just use the side of the car, because the bonnet is not going to work with that snap thing, and I don't think I can turn it off fully. I feel like I now have to put some Miku music on, but of course I would find the weird Miku music. Wait, I know the perfect Miku song actually, that we have to play. I'll just make a new tab so I don't lose what I had up. This is the perfect song. Together. That is an advert. Like, this is a totally original Miku song I have found. Might have to change the volume if it's not working.
Alright guys.
This is totally the original.
Alright. I really like this song. It sounds good. Mining away.
So
I don't know what to mine. I mine this anyway.
Rosalie, I remember Rose. Rosalie made like a very interesting version of the Mini. Like, they made a version of the Mini in the 60s, but it was more like a typical saloon. It wasn't like the kind of hatchback form that everyone knows the Mini as. I know it's not actually a hatch, but still. This is perfect Miku tuning.
So easy to mine. With my Minecraft pickaxe and shovels pop the reason stay in my Minecraft chest. So I'm gonna make a rock on it.
Mine It actually makes it sound like I can sing as well. So that's always a good thing. That thing of added that blue thing actually kind of helps because it hides like pieces of this trim that don't quite work otherwise. This has to be like the best Miku drawing ever. I'm just thinking, like, this is probably, the weirdest part is this is probably actually the best Miku drawing I've ever done. That's not, like, it's not stick Miku. It's actually a picture, even if it's only a silhouette. I say, has anyone actually ever done a Miku like this in automation? I wonder.
Might keep stove from my inner chest. Wait, who's that? Holy she peeps nosh.
I mean, I find the weird songs, honestly. Somehow they find me, I don't know. So I'm gonna need more. Gotta find the correct curve that actually looks like normal. Something like this. No, that's an actual arc. That's not one of the patches. Yeah. Yeah, that is probably true. Some people would... I need to turn that down. Some people can probably do anything in automation. I mean, I like to believe I can, but I'm not as good as a lot of people are at this. I need to find the correct pieces though. I might be able to use these. Now it needs to be honestly, it needs to be one of the flat additions to actually work. I mean, I could actually try colour, although colour makes it a lot harder, but I seem to like torturing myself, so... I mean, I don't know, like, a silhouette wouldn't look as good as colour, so I would think, but I don't know. I feel like this is me, it's the same thing as me, like, having to use 80,058 pixels on, what's it, Clip Studio, for the memes. Like, I don't think anyone else has found out how to put 80,085 pixels canvas on Clip Studio. So I did a thing. So yeah, in a case of maybe an oversimplification, I think this part needs to be like a more glossy black, so... probably make it more grey. I don't think we want metallic per se. Maybe go with like 0.5 for shininess. Not heard of KG Mobility. I don't know. I don't know a lot of these companies, honestly. I thought I had knowledge. There's so much I don't know. Yeah, so I think that colour's okay. You could maybe make it a little shinier. Maybe like 0.7. This is like... okay, like, what am I doing here? The worst part is I actually have Clip Studio, and I have Ibis Paint. I could be doing it in that. No, I decided to do it in automation. So... that's a thing I'm doing. Nah, I mean, that's not the right way. I think I need more of a straight line. Look, this is what happens when the random colour generator gives me like a bluish green colour. Maybe this should be on the front. Oh yes, the Sangyong, I'm probably saying that wrong. Sangyong, I always say it wrong. Now I'm making rhymes. I do know more of like totally Miku songs that are definitely not stolen from other ones and Mikuified. I feel if I can lay this, it's cutting through the body in strange ways, which I guess is to be expected because it was never designed for this, but just let me draw Miku in a way that in a media you're not supposed to draw Miku in. I feel like the way I'm doing this, I'm using like the wrong trim pieces. Unless I can like extend these outwards. No, I can't seem to do that. I think I've seen some of them. I don't know. It's not an electric one, but Neighbour actually has a Sangyong. A modern-ish one. I don't know, I did like their forward focus. I think they do have good like warranties now or something now. I think they might have a better warranty than Kia. Because I think it's 7 years, but the Kia one only covers paintwork or something like that. I feel like I'm just messing this up, honestly, with colour. But colour looks nice. I have seen that. I'm sure they had them and they were like using some strange diesel engines that like you wouldn't expect to use. Like some Mercedes van engine or something in what they were trying to build as like an SUV minivan. I keep thinking, I don't think it does. I don't think the blue goes like that because I don't know, I have a character and like the skirt is designed that way, but I think I'm just trying to copy that instead of actually referencing it properly. Yeah, I'm just copying my own character at this point instead of honouring the reference material. I mean, I can try and do like some form of line art, but line art. You see, I now start getting ideas. I get ideas for line art, and now there is the bumper trim. Hi Elena. I am drawing a Miku because the wheel gave me this colour, so I'm making a Miku. This is totally the logical decision here. I have to do line art as well. And I'm not good at doing line art in automation. Hey, I mean, at least it's like getting a bonus art stream in, I guess. Try and look at the upsides. I mean, I feel like I'm doing stuff automation was never meant to do, though. Like, I built a kitchen. I'm doing some artwork. So that's line art. I think, is that glossy plastic? Yeah. I just realised that the sound, I'll have to bring the reference up. Wait, This is what I'm making. It's gone now, but... Where is it? Yeah. That is what I'm doing. So yeah, I need to do line art. There we go. You know, this is actually tying itself together quite well with the line art. I can pretend I'm able to draw. I mean, even then, it's a simplification of the design. I feel like... Unfortunately, I don't think I can, like, maybe I can group them all together and copy it. Put it on the roof or something. It's definitely, yeah, definitely about cheese. Also line art, but cheese, definitely. So, Control Z, because I didn't want to copy that. Can pivot that a little. The cheese is going in the slots, indeed. I think if I pivot that a little, yes, that works a little better. You can probably extend this. I should build the engine. The engine would be a distraction, honestly, from the line art. It's very scruffy. Very scruffy sketch. I'm trying to make it tidy as I can, but... I mean, maybe if I just use these trim pieces, it'll work out better and, like, tear the bodywork apart less. It's somewhat possible. There we go. I mean, my line art is pretty poor, but I'm trying. I mean, the lower part is fine. I don't have to change that. I just have, per se, at least not much. I don't have to change that. It's just this piece here. Like, even a line art isn't going to save it. Yeah, I'm terrible at art. Believe me, I'm better normally. I blame automation. I'm being a bad artist and I'm blaming my tools. There we go. It's totally the tools' fault. Oh dear. Yeah, the angle's just so off, it doesn't work. I mean, I did make my avatar. That's not this bad, but I enter automation and I lose all skill I've developed. There we go. I don't know. The line art is going to be a downright nightmare, though, to finish. So if I get this, I'm going to have to get a very angular approach to this, because otherwise I don't think I'll be able to actually render it. The only advantage, automation deals with like the reflections and the shadows a bit and stuff, so I don't have to pay as much attention to that. That is less terrible than it could have been. I've done similar things in Clip Studio, at least with the line art. Like literally just the vector lines and stuff, so there it is something. Well, my colour's outside the lines. I'm not very good at colouring within the lines. I feel like maybe it's when these overlap that they run into issues. So, I don't know. I feel like that is it, though. Oh dear, I deleted the wrong element. Yeah, I think it is when they overlap. I mean, that can probably go down a layer. I'm trying to focus too hard and I can't speak. It's not entertaining. I feel like I need some very strange shape to get this to actually line up. Actually, no, I'm being completely dumb here. I think I might have an idea. I think I might have an idea. It's not as easy as it looks, believe me. So, what else? What else? They're the decal patches. But I don't think they, like, play nicely with each other, so... A fuel filler cap. There's that. I mean, perhaps if I get this... I should just go and, like, design the other parts of the car or something. Because this is going to take a long time. And I don't think I've even mirrored it to the other side of the car. Which was a pretty big failing, actually. Well, some of it is mirrored. Not the parts I actually want mirroring. So that can be layer 1, I think. Or 2, maybe. Okay, see you, Revo, and hopefully Miku will be done at some point. And I am dragging that the wrong way. So, I mean, that's something. Don't know how I'm going to align this and actually make it look decent, but... Need to make another colour, I think. I don't know. I think that's about correct. I would say I don't want flake. Flake kind of actually makes it look a little more realistic, so maybe a little flake. I don't know, it looks slightly more like Miku, but not very much. I feel like I shouldn't have gone with colour at all. I'll probably do a whiting stream at the weekend when I let the wheel randomly decide what I white, because it seems like a fun enough idea. This is... yeah, that's like cutting into other bits of the design. Control Z and... no. I mean, there's something to that design, but automation does not like what I'm trying to do at all. I mean, there's the other bits of the design. So, headlights. Ooh, fried egg headlights. Yes. I don't know if I like that being so far back. Kinda works, kinda doesn't. Wait, we have a lot of Maxwell space. We have a lot of space for Maxwells back here. Hi, Bard. I am attempting to create a Miku. I'm not doing very well, but it gave me a blue-green colour, so I had to try and put Miku on the side of the car. I've not done very well. I think if there's another one of these, maybe I could try that. Another one of these pieces. Like, the game is not liking this. The game is not liking my attempts to draw Miku. So, I think... like, if I move that smaller... no, that's not going to work. I mean, the pieces are just not getting along, though. I mean, I'm not sure I showed it before, but I did try and build a kitchen on another vehicle. I'll bring that up because I tried to build, like, an entire kitchen. It's one of these. There we go. Like, I actually built a kitchen in this. I feel like I'm just doing things this game isn't really liking. So, if I go car model designer. There we go. Yeah. I built a kitchen. If I just remove the body, it'll be a bit easier to see. There's like a kitchen now and everything. Maxwell's present to its owner. There. There's also cola on the floor. That is definitely cola from my summer car, my winter car. And yeah, I created a tap and everything. I went far too far with this design. There's also more Maxwells in the front. And I feel like I have to just torment myself even more by making a Miku. So yeah, that's where we are. I've not mirrored it as well, so it doesn't show properly on that side. I really need to work on that. I think I've got it fixed here though, because I just had to make the lines a little like larger, and it has overlapped pretty nicely after that. Things are happening. Yeah, this is how art is made. I do have another channel for my art stuff though. This is supposed to be the gaming channel. But I just can't help myself making art. I mean, it's like they gave you a lot of tools with what you can do with this. So of course, it was bound to happen eventually. I mean, it's never going to be the best rendition of Miku, but I think as long as it looks enough like a Miku, then I think it'll be okay. Oh dear, I keep grabbing the wrong element and moving that. Art and gameplay. Also, I don't think I showed this Bard, but I have a special thing. So I modified my 8-ball so it does stuff that a normal 8-ball doesn't. Unless it's refusing to answer, which it does sometimes do. It does sometimes just refuse to answer. You can always try again. The Sakura command, it works when it feels like it. Sometimes Sakura just doesn't feel like answering you. Maybe it's one of those times. Unless I completely messed up the bot on it. But I think it's always worked before. Try capital S. See if a capital S works. Because I did do all that stuff. I don't know, maybe Sakura doesn't feel like answering me today. That's what they want you to... See, it's like I have modified it. I think it needs a capital S. I think that's why it wasn't answering me before. But yeah, honestly, Sakura also decides sometimes she just doesn't want to answer people. But yeah, I did play around with that. I think I also had the slots command set to literally be exclamation point gamble, but that didn't work. It just broke the thing. I also have the currency as well. I played around with this stuff, so... Oh no, actually, no, I did change the command, I mean. The avatars as well can change. To like Miku. I don't... She didn't answer me, so... It shall become so. Okay. Sakura does like Miku, I think. Something like that. I think I know how to do this though, anyway. Yeah, the Guy coin as well. That is like the currency. Because it's the joke about me having a dodgy cryptocurrency as a failing YouTuber. So, yeah, that's why the currency is a Guy coin. I think it was, what was it? Some Hawk tour thingy, and she was just like getting involved in cryptocurrency, desperately trying to elong the duration of her fame. So yeah, it's like that's the whole joke behind the Guy coin. It's also like completely useless outside the streams, so just like real cryptocurrency, it's completely useless in the real world. I don't want to spend like too long on this, but I don't feel like I have a choice. Yeah, I mean, it was crazy, the story, though. I think I saw it a while ago. I saw something on it, but... Yeah, the whole story. So I didn't even know what she was doing, just, like, getting money for it kind of thing. Yeah, an NFT. I mean, if I could add like a Sakura image or something. I don't think Avatars allows that, but as an addition. But it would be funny if I had like a Sakura kind of monkey or something, or like a monkey with a Sakura face just stuck on top of it. I think didn't it make people mad on the NFT forums or something when someone just like posted a picture of them pressing like save image as on one of the NFT monkeys. I feel sure that was a thing that happened. And that like made some people really just mad over it. That's crazy. So it was the management like behind the whole thing. I mean, I don't think what I saw was like in that much detail, but it did show that it was like just getting involved with something like that, and really it wasn't just doing anything for her in the end. It just sped up the demise. To be a bored Sakura ape. Yeah, if Sakura says yes about that. Danielle did it. Oh dear. Well, it wasn't me. It was totally the other character, which is the female version, and therefore not me. So, I feel like Miku's at whole feet. They don't have any shoes or anything, so I could try and do something with that. The fact that it's even barely recognisable at this point, I'll accept as a win. I do need to mirror all these little pieces though, so they do show up on the other side of the car. I'm sure I did try Danganronpa music, and there's like one song that it has copyright issues with, but it's not even like an original song, it's just a classical music song that appeared in the game. Something that you wouldn't think would ever have copyright issues. It's crazy. Yeah, so it's showing through the car. I'll have a door card on so that won't be visible. I mean, that should, yeah, that's duplicated those pieces. And we can do the same here. Yeah, I mean, the Danganronpa music was fine though, as I say, it was just like one classical song which appeared in the game that it had an issue with. No idea why that was. So, I mean, if you were able to cut that song out somehow, it would be fine. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's like, it was just on that playlist as that one song, so I don't know, if you found if you made a custom playlist with the individual songs on and you just got rid of that one, it would be entirely fine. I mean, I should probably do that, honestly. Just add them all to a playlist and then I could use it just fine. It was just very odd, as I say, that it was that song, because it wasn't even one of the original Danganronpa songs. It was like some classical music that had been around for probably over 100 years, honestly. For 100 years, naturally copyright kind of expires unless it's like re-invoked. I mean, Ace Attorney music, no problems at all though, which is why I like using it. It's also good. I mean, that's the other reason. I think, yeah, so I used that there. I could try and use the same kind of material type to... And if I put that in a new layer, that should sort that out. So this will have to be recoloured. I did make a colour actually for it, which works quite well. It's one of these. That might be... That's not glass. Yeah, slightly shiny. I can't remember which one it is. I've got these two. It's one of these. I think it's this one. I'll just call it Miku. So I know it's that one I'm using. I did also earlier, I had the Miku Mine Diamonds cover on. Because I had to have a Miku song. That was brilliant. Because it's like they tune Miku so badly. But that's what makes it actually impressive. It's like deliberately bad tuning. Yeah, so this should fit between these layers. I don't know if there's anything I can put there that would perhaps work. I mean, it's like I say, it's the different layers just don't get along with each other. It's not designed as an art program, that's the issue. So if there's any kind of trim I could use, there's windows and sunroof. I know you can change the colour of this so it's not just glass. That could help. Make that smaller. I mean, this might help work. I don't know. So if I make this smaller, like no one will notice it's a sunroof once I change it. Can actually change both colours. Hey, I can have a look at that actually. So I think I can get. I think I can. I don't know. Just yeah. There's all these options. I mean, there's like go to channel, but then there's like report and everything on the exact same menu. So yeah, it's yeah. So I can get that channel up. So it's on here now. It's one of those things though, it's like, how would you say it? It's 2 centimeters away from the report button. So that's a way to design an interface. I mean, I do the art streams as well on a different channel. I think I put that in this channel description, but I do have that channel as well. Usually on Saturdays I do those. Yeah, YouTube doesn't like clicking on names. I mean, mine clicks on them and stuff, but as I say, if I might have to left click, yeah. But I left clicked. That's how I right clicked. Sorry, I don't know. I don't have any sense of direction even on my mouse. But I right clicked and it brought the menu up. Yeah, like this is very awkward. I mean, could I put this down again? Okay, that somehow kind of works now. That's a way of sorting this out, I guess. Yeah, YouTube is a pro website used by pros. I'm not so much a pro. I think I've been using the same microphone though for like how many years? Probably like been using it for 10 years or something, maybe longer. Road Podcaster is just good. Actually got a couple of them. These are really good mics. I think they basically just took a passive XLR mic and they stuck a USB on the end of it. So, for a desktop mic, it's pretty good. I mean, I remember this stuff. The fact that, like, it's scary that I was a grown adult and knew all this stuff about end address and side address mics and stuff back then. And that was 10 plus years ago. Yeah. I mean, you know, I can actually... You can be a moderator now. I mean, I trust you enough anyway, so... new moderator powers on the avatars and stuff. Yeah, the, should be able to do bombs and everything now on the avatars. This mic though, it wasn't even crazy expensive, honestly. It was under £200. I mean, they may have gone up with the, well, what I call inflation and stuff. They may have gone up, but they're not near as expensive as you may believe them to be. I wonder if that will. Because it was like cutting through the other one. No, it doesn't. It's just as bad. I think it's the curvature of the car. Yeah. Also, being a mod does do things to some people. Power. I do want to build the engine on this. It's got quite an interesting engine. What I'm thinking this might actually be like Miku when... No, you know what this is? It's the Miku we have at home. It's like, I want a Miku plushie. No, we have a Miku at home. Yeah. Moderator muscles. I think you can start a battle royale because there's like 3 avatars or something, or boss battle or any of that stuff. It should work. Yeah, it's a Super Saiyan mod transformation. But I'm probably completely mispronouncing that. I know in Japanese, one thing I know about Japanese, they actually do split the words up, so it's not like English. You have the words split into 3 when you pronounce it or something. Just due to how the character system works. So that's why the correct way to say Sakura is like Sakura or something along those lines, because you have to like split it up to pronounce it properly. Like, I don't think the actual way you say the word is the issue. Sometimes it's just like not split up. Yeah, we have Miku right there. This is definitely not a fake. This is totally real. I mean, look at that paintwork. That paintwork is perfect and totally not like completely corrupted and broken. I think I only get away with that because it's black, honestly, and not like a bright yellow or something. We also have chrome wheels. They don't look very strong. They look like they break off, but they are chrome wheels. I don't know what headlights I actually want. Can get some fog lights actually. There's some of these down here that look interesting. No, actually, I think I've got it. So I think there's grill somewhere, and that's like a really nice lower grill somewhere, like this one. I don't know if these fog lights actually work, but they look cool, so... This is a massive car, though. It's not like your typical Japanese Miku vehicle. One of the largest bodies in the game, without going to the limousines and stuff. Yeah, the details. This Miku I bought off AliExpress. I'm sure it's a real deal. The seller said top Miku, totally real, accurate Miku for dog, woman, child. So I'm sure they wouldn't lie to me. I think, is that mirrored correctly? I feel like I have to do line art, that's the thing. And line art on automation is quite something. I don't quite know how I'm getting this to work, I just somehow am. Because triangles. There we go. Can probably just move that over there. I mean, there's some gaps and stuff on the edges, but I think that's close enough to functional. Now you can't, because honestly, there is a mirror feature to the middle of the car, but if I just if I bring that exhaust cut out as an example, you see, like, so we have 2 of these here, that is mirrored, but then you go do that, it just like snaps so easily, so it doesn't quite work. That's why I'm doing it on the side, because I did start on the front, but it just became very quickly a pain to actually get that to work. At least on the side, as awkward as it is, I can kind of work it. I mean, it's not an art program. I'm just using this for something it was never designed for, so... That's kind of why. I mean, I still got my 80,000 and my 80,085 pixel tall Clip Studio canvas. So I'm proud of something there. I've done something I don't think anyone else has. Well, no one else needed to do it, but I did what no one asked about. You know what, actually, the kind of messy nature of that kind of works. It doesn't look as bad because it just looks like it's got actual texture to it. I mean, if you look super closely, you'll see all the bits and how it doesn't, like, align, but I think on the most part, that's decent. And now, if this works, maybe I could move that up and do the blue this way. Because, like, if this works, it's a very easy way of, like, aligning it. So we'll go, blue, excellent. Yeah. It's a bad art program. Honestly, I'd agree, though. It is a bad art program, mainly because it's a video game about building cars, which I'm attempting to use as an art program. It's that kind of thing, like, it's like you go to a McDonald's or whatever and say this is a terrible salad, because I don't think anyone's really going to McDonald's just to eat salad, and if they are, there's probably like a million better options. So, I think that works decently enough. I mean, actually, the fact this kind of looks like a Miku is, I think, quite good. Like, it could look so much worse. At least now so the lower half of the piece is kind of getting close to being finished. I want to do something about the, like, feet. I don't know, I think if I had a bit of blue on there, it would look probably good enough. Yeah. I don't think I've been to McDonald's for years, honestly, but I don't know how many years it is. It's probably been like 20 years now. Because I just don't bother with it. Like, I don't see a reason to, especially now, more than ever, that it's got so expensive. But yeah, 20 years or so. They are not aligning as I would like them to. Honestly, I think having line art on that part of a drawing doesn't help anything. I think for what it is, like, line art wouldn't help that part of the drawing. It helps with the overall skirt, like, you know, knowing where the pieces fall into place, but doesn't actually help much on the legs at all. So I can just cut that corner. Like, it'll just eat in like it does there to the other pieces of trim, and it wouldn't look good. This looks like there's a massive engine in the front. There is not an engine in the front at all. There is an engine in the back. That's where the engine is, which honestly, it doesn't actually look as bad as I thought it could. I can also tune this a little though in chassis size and such. So if I go, there is like body, there's front firewall, which is this thingy here. I can try and change that so it goes forwards more and out the way. Gives a bit more leg room. I mean, it doesn't actually affect leg room, but you know, the idea is there, the concept is there. And there's no engine, so why not move that forward as much as possible? I think there is a rear one as well, which I can also take back, but so far back anyway, I don't think it's going to really hurt. So, You can just see my Miku hasn't been removed. It's like half a Miku. It's like one of those things where you get the magazine. Only this half of a Miku is included with the first magazine. You have to buy the other magazine to get the other half. So there's all these options anyway. Yeah, I mean, look, this is the whole thing. It's like the wheel said I have to use this blue colour, this blue, like, slightly greenish blue colour, and that just triggered me. I'm like, well, I'm just drawing Miku now. So, yeah, that happened. The chassis tunnel, that's it. I can, like, make that smaller, I think. Now, some cars it doesn't let you do it. I think this is one of them. Sometimes you can make, like, that central tunnel smaller, and since there's no engine or anything, or I don't think there's much of a gearbox there, so, you know, theoretically it should be able to make a lot smaller, but it just doesn't let me do it on this car, on this body style. I like the glass roof, kind of. Well, half of me likes it, half of me hates it, but I don't know. I'll probably get used to it. This is the engine. It went crazy. Like, it gave it a single barrel eco carburetor, so it's like the engine is actually pretty good. But then this thing here is gonna stop any air getting into the engine and destroy its opportunity to make any kind of power. So that was a way of building an engine. Yeah, it doesn't rev very high because of engine componentry and stuff. It does make a lot of torque though, so the turbos, I think for a lower performance, like there's lower performance and there's higher performance sets, so the lower performance ones you want smaller turbos so they spool up quicker and don't lag as much. Yeah. I mean, the glass roof, it's one of those things, it's like, it's probably terrible for crash safety, but it looks cool. So I take it. Okay, compressor surge. I think I just have to make that a little, make these figures a little larger, and it should fix it. No, I mean, less boost then. Less boost should save it. Yeah, the wheel made some interesting choices. The wheel has made a few other cars as well. Like that camper van where I did the kitchen, that was just the wheel choosing randomised parts. It's done worse. Like, this is, I wouldn't say it's one of the best engines it's built, but it's decent. Like, it has a chance to make power, even with the awful carburetor it said I have to use. So, yeah, it's 165 horse. It's not making a lot for such a massive engine. I mean, I think I'll probably get like 250 horsepower, which still not great, but at least it's gonna move the thing. Oh, compression is like giving me a lot of power. I like that. Yeah. No, I was just thinking more than the glass like falling on your head. I was thinking it was the lack of stiffness, because a metal roof is pretty stiff and solid, and usually even if you see cars with quite large sunroofs, they have some metal around them. There's pretty much no metal around that glass roof, so it's like it's not going to have the stiffness of a metal roof at all. Like, that's what I was thinking, but yeah, the glass falling all over you is probably not safe either. It's making pretty consistent power, at least. Probably because of the awful carburetor. Like, it makes the power, and then it's just like, oh, I can't make any more power. I'm just going to hold this power forever. The torque is going up a lot. That's kind of scary. Scary because of the engine limits. It's making some power, despite this. Despite some interesting decisions, it is actually making some power, though. I mean, I'll take, like, if this makes 350 horse, I think I'll be more than happy with that. Especially when it's making it, like, that well, so it's, like, just continuous power. Like, that's not something I can complain about. Yeah, I mean, this car is, like, there's so many issues. The tyres as well, it's chosen almost the worst tyres. If I go here, like it's chosen these. I'll find where they are. So they're radial, chunky off-road tires. They're not good for putting power down. We have. See, so we keep saying they have a very limited grip on the road. I've made them like obscenely large, as you can see here, 395mm wide, like the widest tires the game allows, just to get some kind of grip out of them. But these at least go wide. The only tyres that are worse than these are like cross-ply chunky off-road. And as you can see, you can't get very wide on them. So, yeah, they're not quite the worst tyres in the game, but these are bad. And because they're radials, that's like the one saving grace. Because the radial means it's got like a metal rim in the wheel that... The radial means it's got a metal rim in the wheel that stops it flexing as much and also allows you to fit wider tyres, perhaps most importantly. These are like cross-ply. Basically, best way I can put it, around about the mid-70s, everyone had stopped using them, other than perhaps very specific applications. So that's the issue of cross-plies. Like, they are that far beyond modern technology. Because, you know, especially when this engine is making like 350 horse or whatever, you do not want tyres from the 70s on it. But the wheel has decided that before. I mean, sometimes the cross-plies have actually done decently well, surprisingly enough, but it's not ideal. So, it's making a huge amount of torque. Now, oh, the carburetor size has gone down. No idea how that happened. I'm sure I stuck it on 100, which you want to do to get any kind of airflow through the engine. This is making a lot of power. I thought it wouldn't, but given it the larger carb, I think, where is it? The airflow. The airflow, like you'll see, carburetor is on 128. The number for that is so high because it would be lower if it was actually letting air through the engine. But yeah, it's restricting it. That's why it's making such a high number on carburetor. That's how much... I think it's how much it's restricting the air going through. This is making huge power now. And on these tyres as well, which are not very good. Can't really say I want all this power. So, 500 horsepower, that's like a late 1980s supercar levels of power. It's quite a bit. The Ferrari F40 in the 1980s, that made, I think, like 470, 480. One of the Porsches did as well. Porsches, I don't know. One of them made a lot of power, like just under 500. I think in the 90s and over as the Lamborghini Diablo, that was about 500 to 550. So it's getting up there for power with 480 now. Although I do feel I'll have to make the RPM lower because it's like just hitting the limit there. So if I can go back here, it's only got 400 on like the intercooler. That's not going to work all that well. But I might just remove it outright because it lowers torque doing so. Like, the limits is... The maximum torque you'll do is 793, and it's making 745 now. You do not want to cross that line. Yeah. The graph... Honestly, the graph here, it just shows how much power and torque it's making. So, generally, higher is better as long as it's not destroying the engine. Like, that's all it's showing. So, it's just that's what this number is. It's 600 torque there, which is the... That's like the pulling power for pulling trailers and stuff. More is usually better. As with the power, below that it's the blue. More of that is generally better. That's all that one's showing. So it's not super complicated once you're used to seeing it. And then you just use all the stuff down below it to adjust it to try and make more power. So yeah, it's like just under 490 now. I mean, lowering the RPM. I want to get 500 out of this, because if it can do that, that is a power level worthy of Miku. 489. I have got the revs down. Just a little. I mean, it says it's going to blow up with a compressor surge, as indicated by the explosion. I'll have to do something with the turbos to fix that. I think I can do that. It's either the intercooler's too low or just something with the turbos. This might fix it. Yeah. Power worthy of Miku definitely is what we need. This is making a lot of power now. The torque is so high, it's almost too high. I can actually see how it sounds. It was very quiet before. Maybe it'll have some sound to it now. It's the playlist is actually finishing for music, so I'll have to find something else. Okay. The turbo blew up. It couldn't even rev because the turbo just blew up. It grenaded itself. But I can fix that. It's not beyond repair. So, need to find some more. I'll just, put the Gran Turismo music on. This Cut the Rope full soundtrack has come up for some reason. I do like the Gran Turismo music. This is like a 3-hour playlist, 3 hour 17. I won't run out of this. Yeah. Well, there can be too much. If I go to the engine here, so these are the internal parts that the wheel has randomly assigned me. And in the case of conrods here, you can get basically too much torque that these basically melt. Like, I'm not sure they exactly melt, but you get so much torque they will either snap in half or melt or something. That's why you don't want too much. Not helped by the fact they're cast iron and forged titanium. All that stuff is generally just better. But the wheel gave me cast, so I have to deal with that. The limits are just lower there, so I've had to do what I can within the wheel prompt. Now, Miku. How will I go about drawing this? There's different versions. I might be able to get something working here. Like, I might be able to actually just change these pieces a little from what I'm seeing on the designs. So, I don't know. I think I'll look at V2, which is the original. Can't really go wrong with a V2. So, if I pivot that, I think just like moving this stuff around, because the angle is not great I'm working with, but if I just move some stuff around, much like the AI company's moving money around, nothing could possibly go wrong. It's not like everyone has grown to hate AI and stuff. So, yeah, this is getting somewhere. I mean, I don't know how well it's going to look finally, but I can try. Yeah. There's actually this Teto rage baiting song, because people love turning Teto into like the most what's it called, failure of a being ever, and it's like they literally have a leave in a comment saying AI is the future. Because that's a way to make people angry. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's like some of the Teto songs nowadays, like, they're basically just being mean to Teto, but making herself sing about how terrible she is. It's brilliant in its own way. I mean, they also had what Teto heart stealing girl, and it's literally like she's literally stealing people's hearts, as in taking their actual biological hearts. So we don't know why Teto's doing this. I think the fame got to her after the Simp V voice bank. I think the fame just got to her and corrupted her. It's the only explanation. But then I don't know. It's like there's also songs where she can't even get a job at McDonald's. So, you know. It goes either way, I guess. Can just change the shape of this a little. There we go. I think that works well enough. the Doomer song, is that I have to look that up. I feel like I'm missing something here. I don't think I've heard that one, honestly. Oh, either that or I have, and it's a while ago, so I can't remember. Yeah. I mean, like, to be fair, people do... Actually, these people do crazy things with a Teto voice, but I feel for a few, like, I don't think Miku... I don't think Miku fans go as crazy. I mean, there is always the, like, We Are Number One by Miku. That was one of them. There are strange songs. There was also that Take Me Out by Franz Ferdinand cover. That was actually surprisingly good, but no one ever mentions it. It's like that's the song no one ever talks about, but it is actually genuinely good. Okay, so that works. Just clean up some old lines, just like on Clip Studio. So... I don't know why I've got that menu up still. Could have removed that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I might have heard it but a long time ago. I don't think I've heard it any time recently. Somehow. I mean, I seem to find all the insane songs. Somehow. Somehow, here's what's funny. I feel like somehow my really badly rendered automation Miku actually looks better than the AI ones. Yeah, at least has character. It's the same thing with the wheel. Like, you know, it does some dumb things, but hey, at least it has character. I mean, there's always these things. There's also, yeah, people just make crazy stuff with them. There's also, I'm Blue, that song, but they did it with Miku. Yeah. I get obsessed with stereophonic songs from the 2000s. That stuff is good. It also reminds me how old I am. So, honestly, I feel like I should just rename this stream to Miku fan art. I'd probably get more views. I don't know, I'd probably get more views, but then people will criticize how bad I am at drawing Miku. I don't know if I'm really honouring the reference very well, but I can try. I think I'm almost there. I was thinking this piece is too large. If I just made that smaller, it would probably be close enough. think that's something. Yeah, Miku fan art. I mean, it's far from the best fan art, but I think it's enough to be counted as fan art. I think there's like a Krypton like website where they let people post the stuff in Japan. I wonder if I could put it there. Like, I wonder how anyone would react to it. Just this really badly rendered Miku that looks like it was made on a 1980s video game. I mean, I guess I can at least say it has some kind of charm. Charmingly bad, but at least charming. I mean, I'm not so sure it looks perfect, but it looks enough like Miku at least that I think it's passable. Maybe if I just add another piece on the end here. I kind of want to do like an Aurella one, but that would be a nightmare because her hair is hard enough to draw in an actual drawing program, let alone in automation. Anyway, I think that should have duplicated, yeah. So it's showing up on both sides. I mean, the angle is a little awkward because I tried to fit it on the door where there's not much space, but no less. I am trying. I do feel like BMW headlights could work here. Just because it has that look. Ooh, what about these? I think they're like 90s Ford Escort lights. That looks like a very happy car. That car looks incredibly happy. Maybe I should give it eyelashes. I kind of want to give this eyelashes, though. I think if you turn them upside down, it gives the impression it's miserable. Now, this is just very happy headlights. I think there is some, like, Honda headlights that might work. Thank you. I do appreciate the thoughts. It looks good. Oh, Peugeot headlights. I'm getting distracted. Maybe my love of French cars will... Maybe my love of obscure 2000s French cars will show. I want to give it eyelashes, but these might actually work. There's some cars, and it's just Peugeot headlights work for, like, reasons I can't quite explain. That actually looks kind of angry. It looks angry, but it does suit the car quite well. These are, I think they're like Peugeot 206, but they use them on other Peugeots over time as well. You look tired, yeah. I mean, sometimes, like, it's crazy how the headlights affect the look of a car. This one looks menacing, but I don't hate it. It at least suits the car somewhat. Those ones don't have as much soul. That one looks a little more menacing. Yeah, I think those lights are perfect. They look like properly menacing on it. Like it's planning something. Which it probably is. Yeah. I mean, I'll bring up an image of a Peugeot 206 because that doesn't look this menacing. Yeah, what the animators were thinking. And then there's the theories of, like, all the crazy theories of what cars actually are. I mean, I feel like, you know what? This feels like something that Lightning McQueen would actually see in his nightmares. Like, this just sneaks up on him out of nowhere. I find the 206 anyway. I feel like this is what the lights are from. Like this doesn't look like you would get the lights from this. I mean, it's not very well shown with my Hogaze blocking it. You wouldn't think it's the lights from that, but it is. You would think it's from something that's actually much more sporting. On this, I don't know. There's no engine here, so I don't actually need a grille, but they look good, typically. Tesla just removed all the grills, and I honestly don't think that looks even that good. I could do what my Citroen has and a mustache. Because my car does have a mustache. I mean, that's not the worst looking. It does kind of continue the line, sort of. I don't know if I like that. I think if it was a little smaller, it would probably be perfect. Like, height-wise. I find a picture of a C5. Because I think it does have a mustache. There we go. Like, this car has a mustache. Like, right over there. That has a mustache. It's a very manly car. A very manly dad car, because it's got a mustache. I mean, maybe another colour will show the mustache a little better, because it's like silver on silver there. That one's a little better. Like, there's the mustache. Like, this car has a clear mustache on it. Because it is a little dad car. I don't know, I do like some of the craziness about French cars. No, actually, I reset that. The black actually looked better. I'm just thinking, like, imagine if I had to, like, repeat that Miku on the back. I probably won't, because it'll take far too long. There's the tie as well, I didn't factor in. There's supposed to be a tie. Maybe I should do the head first, I don't know. The head needs to at least look like a head, which I'm worst at creating heads at the best of times, let alone in this program, which was not designed to draw human heads. I'm just thinking, like, this line art is very thick. Of course it is. I'm literally using trim pieces to make a drawing with. There's only so thin you can get them before it just doesn't work at all. If only I could get a fill bucket, but that's not happening. Yeah. With heads, I mostly just copy mine off a photo because it works, but... And then I just change all the anatomy from there to work with the characters, but... Having to scratch, draw a head, I could never do that properly. I would always mess something up. I don't know, I make my own references, so it's like... It's not like I'm just stealing other people's work. And I can also see the lighting, so especially if I put it in the... Especially if I put, like, the character in a IRL photograph, I have the, like, actual reference. Now, the hair is important, so I'm going to have to get that right, because the hair is, like, one of the defining features. And I'm just getting distracted by, like, everything else I've got to do. I mean, it looks, I think, thus far, at least, kind of like a Miku, so... If it looks like a Miku up to the hair, I think I'm doing well enough. Before I hit the hair, I think I'm doing well enough. I want to put a bonnet scoop on, but as I say, there's no engine. It would just go to nowhere. The engine is back here, like in, well, the boot, the trunk, I guess you could call it. That's where the engine is. It's not where you would expect the engine to be. There is actually a piece here which, because it does have rear downforce, but not front downforce. I think there's a piece that will do both rear downforce and cooling, if I'm not wrong. So I think it'll be under the lip. Yeah, there it is. I think that should do cooling. I don't know for certain. Looks like it should. Because there is a massive vent there. Now it looks a bit sad on the back. Now I've put that on, it just looks a bit miserable. I mean, I don't hate it, but I could put a tongue on it, actually. I've done that before. It's kind of funny. So, you get the bumper and... So there is, I need to go in 3D mode, that's why. I want to get an interior on this as well. Gonna make this car look like it's absolutely disgusted by something. And this is chrome, it will not be chrome forever. Because I love making cursed faces in this game. That's not... It needs to be pink, I think, to actually look passable. There's actually winkle paint, that would be perfect. Painted iron, is that... I think that's it. Don't know why that's not showing. Plastic? Plastic will work. Yes. I feel like... Oh, I've had an idea. I've had another ridiculous idea. I mean, it's just too easy to do this stuff. It's just too easy to put cursed faces on the back of a car. I think there's a different way of doing it. There we go. That's a detail I like in my eyes. This is gonna need to use these bumper bars or trim pieces technically, I guess, which I use far too much, but it's good for what I'm doing with it. That needs to make sure it goes on the front. I think that'll do. Need to mirror that. Yeah, I mean, I've done them before, honestly, and it's always so comic. I have to bring up the other one that I built. That's it was like a failure of a car, so there's this one. Like, this was the first one I did it with, because it's just so easy to make a face with them. He actually has the exhaust nose as well. I just remembered that. So that was like the first one I did it on. Now this vehicle is an absolute failure, so it's got all kinds of just joke features on it. Like, it's got loads of indicators. And then I think it was a few days ago, I did this extremely cringe, like, derby car thing. It's got all these dead memes on. It's probably the most cursed looking thing I've ever done. It doesn't have a face on it, but still. So we've got the Amogus. It's powered by Pilk. It's made by, like, it's owned by Troublemaker 2016, whoever that is. It's got dabbing. Its race number is 67, of course, and it's got a random, like, plastic decoration on the bonnet. There is a fuel filler cap right next to the exhausts of a car without the engine in the front, even, because I mean, yeah, why not? There is Maxwell there, and I don't think he's very happy about being there. Labubu, how could I forget the Labubu? It's got the correct number of teeth as well. And it has seen things. It also has a carrot to attract Big Chungus. Like, all these features. It also has rust of some kind. It's the point is that it's terrible though. Because the wheel built a car, it just wasn't very well configured at all. And it doesn't drive well at all. So I just made it into a joke that it could have always been. I mean, I tried desperately to make it handle better. It didn't. And this is now 2.6 tons. This is a very heavy car. Not the heaviest the wheel has built, though. Surprisingly enough. I've got ideas, though, now. I want to give it the exhaust nose. I think it does only have a single exhaust, so why not? I keep thinking of, like, that movie trailer for the car, though, every time I see that one. It's like, no one can escape the car. There is no driver inside the car. It just goes around on a murderous rampage. How does that look if I put it there? Nah, sticks out better above the bumper. There we go. So I've got to finish a Miku, but I'm not so good at doing this. It is hard to draw a Miku. I did say I need to do the hair properly. Oh, there's the hair clips as well. I don't know how I'm supposed to do the hair clips properly and not mess them up. Thank you. I will try, honestly. I will try to do Miku the justice that Miku deserves. This is not the Miku we wanted. It's the Miku we got, anyway. Imagine if the views like go up a wild amount the moment this starts actually looking like Miku. Well, that's a form of hair. And I feel like my arm's just gonna seize up if I try and like focus too hard on it. Because I've got it like out on the mouse pad, and I just have a steering wheel in front of my mouth for driving and stuff. Because I think we'll have to drive a thing sooner or later. How long have I been going for? Apparently I've been going on for 2 hours 40. Probably 2 hours of which I've just been drawing Miku. I don't know. Yeah, well, the masses turn up. I mean, I can hope. I have thought, I don't know when I get 350 subs, I thought of just making like a little drivable Miku or something. But I don't know how I would go about that because it would be so complicated to actually get working. mean, the only upside I can say is, like, there is reflections. Like, I don't have to add reflections to the skirt or anything because it's rendered. Like, there are already reflections on there without me having to add them in. Which is at least meaning I just have to do the line art and the base colour and the rest of it's taken care of. I'm just thinking now I'll have to make a car for Akita Neru and Teto, and that's not going to be easy at all. Wait, Sakura, I think Sakura's in the mood again. She just wanted to answer. I said that sometimes happens. It's like she decides sometimes she just doesn't feel like answering stuff. And I don't know why it is. All I can assume is that it's gained sentience. Because I didn't program it that way. Well, I didn't program it at all. I just went on Stream Avatars and changed a few settings. But let's pretend I'm a genius and I programmed it. There actually does need to be arms as well. Yeah, all these Vocaloid cars. I don't know, then I need to make the Goomy one. Because I'm pretty much Goomy. So I could claim that car as my own. But still. Apparently there's a Volkswagen and they didn't offer it in, like, green. They offered it in every colour but green. I'm like, my green-haired people, we must rise up against this injustice. Well, that is an arm. Yeah. I mean... I'd like to believe I'm a genius. I don't think I am. I just know some stuff I need to know. Yeah. I think Goomy is probably my favourite. It's like very, very realistic voice and also green hair, so it matches me. I mean, my hair isn't like that green, but in IRL, but it is green in some capacity. So I just ran with it. I don't know if that shoulder's going to work. I mean, it'll probably work well enough. Like, the anatomy doesn't have to be 100% perfect, as long as you know what it is and... or she is. Part of me feels like, why did I decide this was a good idea? Draw a Miku, he said. It would be easy, he said. Same as when I decided to build that kitchen in the other vehicle. Like, why? Why do I do this to myself? And then I've got to colour the whole thing. Somewhat. Yes, I don't know. I can't just colour it super easy. The best way I've got is using the triangles again and, like, just throwing triangles everywhere. I can actually... If this is a Miku car, I could go with, like, the black rear arches and stuff. I don't know if that would work, though. I can try. So we've got, can change the front bumper. That's a little too much, I feel. Don't think I'll change that because it doesn't work with the rest of it. I think it's going to be under trim. There we go. Can use that colour again, actually. I do need to use the green as well somewhere that the wheel has given me. But I got along with the what do you call it? And I mean, looking at it from a distance, it does look better. So it actually looks like it's supposed to look, kind of thing. Which does fill me with a little bit of hope. So try and get these sleeves. I was just thinking of giving this a roof rack, but it's got a glass roof. Where would it mount to? It just wouldn't make any sense. Okay, that's almost there. There. So, there is an arm of some description. It's just so many of these like chrome pieces I've used as line art. I'm thinking, could I duplicate that, I wonder, and like make line art that way? Probably not, but I could try it. I think I might have also found something that AIs cannot replicate here. It's like, I don't know, they're just not programmed in the slightest to do this kind of thing. I feel like I need a more precise mouse. I mean, this one isn't bad, but it is a laser mouse. I have no idea what the DPI is, because it was in the loft. And I didn't have a laser mouse. So I now have a laser mouse. Okay, so I feel like I might need a smaller line art, but I don't know if that'll work even. I mean, I need some separation on that part of the drawing. So it's some kind of Logitech. It's see if I can find the model number. I mean, I don't know. It's some orange and black Logitech laser mouse from the 2010s, I believe. I have a few others, but I don't know what model name it is. The sticker's gone. I mean, it's a decent mouse. It's not a gaming mouse in the slightest. I also have this kind of generic Chinese keyboard. Thing is, it's like I make sure the computer's good and stuff, and then I just don't put any care or attention into the peripherals I use. So I had the beaten up Vigeland for a while, but I've currently not got that here. Like the world's most beaten up, destroyed Vigeland keyboard from the 2010s. That was in a school at one point before I bought it. I mean, I'll see if I can find the Vigeland model name, because it's like a really beaten up one of them that I was using for quite a while. Oh, there's one with like multimedia keys. It's not that one. It's the cheaper one. Comes up with a lot of like vintage Vigeland stuff. Why is there a Dell AT102W there? Stop reminding me what I have not got at this setup. I know I've got an AT102W, but it's not set up here. Ah, I didn't put 2010s properly. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find the model name of it, but it is a Viglin keyboard from like the Windows 7 era. That was. It was completely abused. This is just like some modern generic Chinese one, like that keyboard that my brother didn't want anymore. So I'm using it. I mean, I guess I got the last laugh because I still have the Razer keyboard I've got, which somehow hasn't failed despite being a Razer keyboard, and his has. Despite him paying a lot more for one that wasn't used. I mean, I just bought the Razer because it was cheap for a mechanical. And I do not like my Razer keyboard. It's one of those things I would rather use an older membrane keyboard from like 20 years ago than that Razer mechanical. I feel like it'll make people hate me, but I just do not enjoy using that thing. I do enjoy using a 24-year-old, 25-year-old Dell membrane keyboard with a Windows 98 logo on it. Well, I think that's an arm. I think I made the arm too high up. Move that down. There we go. It looks a little better. There is a Miku of sorts. I'm not going to bother fully with the hands. I'll give it like a ball hand because hands are hard to draw, let alone making them in a game that was never meant to be a drawing program. I'm just asking for trouble, but I can do like the simple ball hands. What's it, Powerpuff Girls? It was probably used in other shows, but that's like the obvious one. There was this clip in like what Kobayashi's Dragon made, and they just made fun of it because they designed this they made this ball hand, but it was like a ball of loads of tiny hands, and it was just like, I feel like at that point it was just the animators flexing because they could do it, so they did. Because it was like a load of tiny detailed hands. Speaking of that Viglin keyboard as well, I was actually editing some video when I was using it, and it actually sounded like I was typing on a skeleton. Like, it's that beaten up. It actually sounded like I was typing with a skeleton. It just like rattled all over the place. And that thing is like, it's basically unkillable. It's an undead keyboard. No matter what I do, it's not going to die. I feel like I could run it over with a car and it would still just keep going. Probably work perfectly just to spite me. Apparently I've been doing this for almost 3 hours now. Yeah. I mean, if you saw it, you would know it's like... I don't know if I put it on this, on a channel update or something, but... it is out there. I know I used it on a Project Diva stream I did a while ago. I have no mechanical sympathy for that thing though, so I just attack it like basically the keyboard equivalent of full send. And as I say, that thing will not die no matter how I treat it, no matter what I do to it. The traditional Microsoft sense. Well, that's interesting because it's like the traditional Windows XP kind of theme, but nowadays Microsoft stuff breaks if you look at it funny. Yeah, basically an art stream, but I mean, I don't know if I'd call this art. It's a rendering of some kind. It's just, I completely go insane with these designs. I'm just thinking, actually, because I do need to use the green colour at some point. I'll probably put it into the interior. So if there's like a carpet here, I'll steal the hex code because that's what I need. That's what the random generator provided me with. And I can use this for the interior, thus I'm not like completely turning my back on its prompt. I'm just getting creative with the whole meekeriness of it all. Perfect. Extremely vibrant carpeting. And I'm going to need some door cards and stuff as well. I think like you can sit 5 people in here, I reckon, just fine. So it's got space. I do need to check with a wheel though, actually, how many seats am I allowed? Because I didn't check that before, since I was changing the bodies and everything. The wheel has to choose. I'm not going to go with seats in the back because the engine's there. It doesn't make any kind of sense. Yeah, no seats at the moment. I mean, there's seats like visually, and there's the seats it calculates within the code and everything for weight and weight distribution and all that stuff. And then there's ones that you see. You don't see any seats because I've not put them in there, but it apparently has 5 like outside the visuals for weight and stuff. So I do have to see though. So I'll go with 2, 4 or 5. Any of those sound reasonable for this type of vehicle. So if I bring up the wheel, there we go. Let's see how many seats the wheel lets me have. Yeah, so like 3 is 5 seats basically. 2, 3 and 5 as I say. Or no, 2, 4 and 5. So we are getting 5. We have to put 5 seats in. I don't mind that though. 5 seats is actually, it suits this car. So, you know, I'm not having to go crazy that way. I think it's on like a premium interior if I remember correctly. Not that that really matters. I think it has infotainment as well, so it doesn't have like a CD player or anything. I'll try and factor that in about as best as I can for what it asked for. There's a face there. I feel like it needs something in the middle. It just doesn't feel complete. I don't know. So, mirror. There's the steering wheels. Could give it a wooden steering wheel, but I don't know if it will suit it. There is actually some very plush seats. Oh, we can have a Maxwell in the back as well. Like, I'm totally going to put a Maxwell in here. At least one Maxwell. Because there is a perfect space above the engine where there's not going to be seats or anything, but there is going to be space where I can stick a Maxwell in there. So if we just remove the body temporarily. That'll do. You won't see the carburetor and stuff, I don't think, when the Maxwell's in there. Yeah, there is wooden steering wheels. I actually have a wooden steering wheel cover on the Citroen. Not actual wood, but just fake wood. It's nice. I mean, it's more wooden rimmed than just a full wood one, but I call it wooden. But it's like the rim is wood, so the edge of the wheel. I quite like them, although it doesn't seem to be much of a trend nowadays. So we can go add the correct colour here. I mean, it certainly looks crazy, for all that's worth. Can drag that, use one of the rotate features. Keep pressing the wrong one. Yeah. And I can bring one up, but they did used to do it a lot. It was like quite a thing in 1960s luxury vehicles. There we go. So that's what we're talking about. It's like, that's how we've done it. So I think it's like metal inside, but they've got a piece of wood on the edge. Yeah. The chair had an exciting moment. I'm not sure it liked having an exciting moment, but I made it have an exciting moment anyway. And this is going to become a Maxwell bed. It's like snap into the middle, so I'll have to just do that. Like change the size of it. There we go. No? Okay. That's strange. I did mirror it. Ah, it's to do with that. It's to do with it snapping to the middle. Anyway, Maxwell bed. Yeah. I mean, I can't see the 70s. But the wheel did choose on that, like, green colour and the Miku colour. So, to me, it was clear what I had to do. I mean, the hair is like... I don't know if I need to colour the hair. Or if I can just leave it body coloured. Probably not. No, I've got a plan. Maxwell will sit on that metal piece, but no one will know. I have a way of making it work. Now, where is Maxwell? Like, I mean, there is still the engine in the back of the car, so it's either I do this or Maxwell sits very high up. Now it's a very flat Maxwell. Now I'm grabbing the seats. There's a Maxwell. Quite a big Maxwell. Maxwell can see out of that glass roof now. Quite nicely. There, the glass roof finally has purpose. And I mean, you'll never see that Maxwell is actually on top of the engine because I've just made a massive Maxwell that you can't see underneath. Maybe if you look super close, but for the most part, you'll never know. I do think that Maxwell is a little short, though. I think if I raise the height a little. There we go. He fits quite nicely into the car. And to think the engine probably has no cooling. That's another issue for another day. I mean... It was, there's actually a whole story about Maxwell. It's like, I think there was a post somewhere, and then someone made it in Gary's mod, like into an actual movable prop, and then it kind of went viral from there, like people seeing the videos and stuff. There's also one where Maxwell plays Minecraft. There's that video. I think the music was also like someone just decided to put that with it and it kind of worked, I think. So, for Miku. Okay. I mean, I had to put the head there and stuff, so I can now do the tie. Somehow this is the best Miku I've ever drawn. And it's in automation of all places. I think I might have put that the wrong way up. Yeah, I think I might have done it the way up than what it should be. I'm just thinking, we have extra space for Maxwell's. Like, this is a common reoccurrence, but I must put more Maxwell's in the car. It must be done. Okay, so I did say there's extra space here. And I'm not going with a bonnet vent, but this insanity will make sense. So now get the Maxwell from the back. Ah, clicked off Maxwell. There we go. Can probably remove a bonnet a little. This is a cat bed sized space in the car. I couldn't just let it go unused. Can get a smaller Maxwell because it won't fit a full size one, but a miniaturized Maxwell should fit just fine. There we go. Maxwell can go in his little nest in the front of the car. I think that works. We now have 2 Maxwells. And Miku as well. I feel like I could cut corners with the hair and just put it like there behind the back. I don't know, like if I'm going for a floating look. So, yippee. I did make the Sakura yippee, actually, as well. I put that yippee on Discord as well. Which I put the link on that anyway for the channel, so on the description. So that's where I always keep it. But there is a Yippee Sakura thing, and I made that a Discord emote. Because I decided why not. I also made the most cursed face. Because I made like a left and right eyes, it won't let you do that weird text face with responses usually, so I made it a thing. I think this is a decent hair. I just think, like, the line art is actually easy enough, but I'm going to have to try and add colour to this. That's where it gets awkward. There we go. So, I mean, it could be worse. that's totally the way of measuring artwork. It could be worse. So, pivot that a little. I think I'm going to make the tie smaller just because it's easier to colour and everything. I mean, it's still recognisable enough. Thank you. I do hope it looks decent, honestly, because from what I can see, it's like there's so many flaws on it. Like, for better or worse, I mean, it is a Miku, at least. I'm usually, like, terrible at drawing anything that's not my imagination, so if it looks like a Miku, I mean, I'll call that enough of a win. That is almost correct. I mean, it doesn't quite line up. I think if I made 2 lines here instead of 1, I think I could get that to actually look like there's just a bit of motion and it's not as completely balked as it is as it is in reality. You know, just hide the brokenness. There we go. I mean, I could have done worse. Not the greatest measurement of quality, but still. And there's more hair pieces which actually need rendering in a game not meant for rendering. Feels like I'm on Microsoft Paint having to draw something with a straight line tool. I mean, it's more advanced than an Etch-a-Sketch, I can say that much at least. Yay. I don't know, it's not showing the clapping thing. I don't know if it's because I don't have something installed. If it's like if it's stream elements, I should probably get that, but I don't have it at the moment. So I mean, I'm not used to just having a reference like right there on the other monitor while I'm doing this. So my head just gets totally confused. It's like, what are you trying to draw? I'm trying to draw something from an image on Google. Which is actually Google. Usually I end up using Yahoo. But as it turns out, I'm on the random wheel window. So that's how it ended up there. I do feel like, though, when these AI companies start advertising stuff to me, it's like, you know they're struggling when they have to go and beg me for sales, because of all people, I am not someone that would ever buy it. That and the adverts they have are like so comical because they're trying to make it look like someone is so powerful for typing words into a box. But it's not really powerful, it's really just someone using a piece of software as it was designed. They're not really getting like any kind of sense of power or anything from it. Honestly, Yahoo search is not terrible. There's some things it does do worse than Google, but they just don't have the AI nonsense. Yeah. I mean, honestly though, the adverts, like, have you ever seen these ridiculous AI adverts? They're like that. They're like, you can be the most powerful being in the world by using a search bar on the internet. Like, I don't get it. And even then, Google Advanced Search has literally existed for years, so if you want to find more information, you can literally just use that and get the exact results you want. Like, I just don't see it. Yeah, true. I mean, hey, there's always wigs. Don't need a magic hair growth serum when wigs exist. Most people won't even notice a difference if it's not real. I mean, that's one thing I can't do so much because I have enough hair that it doesn't just... It's not that easy to hide. That a wig is not my real hair. Just the feeling of becoming Miku because you have the money for a wig. I mean, that's something. Yeah, I can imagine. I can actually imagine them hot. The joys of my hair. It keeps my head cool in the summer and warm in the winter somehow. It's unexplainable. It just works. Yeah, I can imagine though. I feel like I can imagine you just get used to stuff. Because it's like some things you just get so used to doing for so long, and then when it changes, don't quite know what to do. I don't know, maybe that's why I like long for the Windows 7 era. Because so much in the Windows 7 era, it just worked as it always had, and then like Windows 10, Windows 8 even, they just started changing stuff. And I feel like they've kept doing that, and it's not always for the better. So, you know, it's still long for the days of Windows 7. Because I got so used to Windows just being that way. Yeah, I mean... The thing is, like, Windows 10, it wasn't terrible, but it's like, I feel if you experienced Windows 7, or even Windows XP, like, you'd know how special it was, because those days, it was like, everything just worked. Especially the Windows XP era, a few years in, it's like, you got to about 2005-ish, 2006, and pretty much everything would run Windows XP well. And it would run well, and like Windows XP did still, for a while, support everything you could ever want it to. I don't believe it was the best though, like Windows 7, even Vista did improve some stuff. Yeah, Windows 8. Actually, I would argue Windows 8 was better than Windows 11. I think it was probably more stable. So, even with the tablet mode ridiculousness, I think it was actually the more stable operating system. But yeah, Windows, I had like a new Windows 7 era PC in the day. Like, that's what power feels like. A second generation i7, sorry, in 2011. That's the kind of power that you just don't feel in PCs. So like they can say what they want about this whole AI stuff. I've experienced what true power feels like. And it feels like an i7 from 2011 back in its prime. Because those chips are they're still not as bad as you would think all these years on. So imagine like 15 years back, they were like absolute monsters. If only I had the video card to match my i7. But it was just an astoundingly good, especially considering it was like quad-core 8-thread quad-core processor in 2011 on a laptop. Hi, Stinger. I am attempting to make Miku on a car made with random pieces. It's not a great Miku, but I am trying. I guess the head's too small, but I think it is how it is. Like trying to resize this would mess around with the design too much. It's like I did a random color generation. It selected this blue color, and that's the first thing I thought of. Making a Miku on the side of a car. A lot harder than it should have been. I do need to try and get like the hair clips. Yeah, I feel like actually seeing the reference, I think goes into a smaller piece up here, and then it like widens out lower down. I also have a Maxwell or two. My LG monitor's doing that thing again. The routine thing of threatening to turn off. So I have to press the key on that. And it has been almost 3.5 hours of this. So of course it's going to threaten to turn off at this point. Yeah. This is what I'm using for this. I mean, it's not 100% accurate, but I'm trying to use a reference for the V1 Miku that I just found on Google. It's actually apparently on the Krypton website, so presumably it's pretty accurate. And this, as I say, this is like randomly drawn, so it's ended up with some interesting stuff. The engine, you can't see it, but the engine is like back here. It's not in the front where you would expect it to be. It's got drum brakes on the front because the wheel decided on drum brakes. Somehow it hasn't given me leaf springs on the front this time round, so there is a positive in all that. And I can probably move that back a little, actually. There we go. Yeah, so if I go, I'll go to the specs overall. It needs some seats adding, because I've not done that yet. It's 2.6 tons. Thankfully, we get ABS and power steering. If it didn't have them, I would be concerned. 5-speed auto. It is made of steel, so that's why it's so heavy. And it's got a red line at 6,000 RPM, because it's a 5-litre V6. As decided per the wheel's request. I do need to actually fix this engine, because it's just not functioning fully. We've not got valve timing. It denied me my valve timing. I did want valve timing. The torque is very high. I mean, I could try raising them. Okay, that's stopped the engine blowing up. That's something. I mean, I can actually bring the wheel up. Yeah. I mean, this is Wheel Kun. This is the one responsible, or there's many Wheel Kuns for different, like, numbers of options. Yeah, this is the one responsible for creating this. It is also on almost the worst tyres in the game. So we can thank Wheel Kun for all its kind decisions and some not so kind ones. That was what decided I had to do it. I blame the wheel for everything. I could probably lower the boost. Maybe that would help. Ah, yes, that's nice. Less boost has fixed it. Bit more turbo. There we go. It's working now. Like a cult. The wheel decides everything. No, I chose so much like it wasn't a wheel for the colour, but it was a random colour generator, and then it chose this like slightly greenish blue colour, which was where the whole Miku thing came from in my head, and yeah. The wheel decided a lot. It's just because I think it's funny if I give the wheel a little too much control over what happens with the car. This actually goes pretty quick in a straight line. Now we adjust the gears. All hail Wheel Kun. Yes. I mean, I've done a bunch of these. I can bring a few others up. Like, it's done some really strange decisions, and it's created some good ones as well. Like, that car is extremely cringe. It's like a derby car with loads of dead memes on it. There's this, which is like Maxwell's Pope-mobile type thing. And not all these are wheel cars. Ah, this was a fun one. It's got a 2-speed transmission, because of course it would have. And it gave me like a mid-size MPV body, so I just went to town with it. As you can imagine. I think it also gave me 2 pink colours, so naturally. Maxwell's everywhere. We also have Maxwell's in the front. I think it's rear engine, so that's why. It's, just see. I don't know, I can't see. Maybe it's front engined. It should say here, actually, I'm just being dumb. Yeah, it's front transverse. I think it had quite a curious engine, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, this has a V10, but it only has a 2-speed transmission, so it's not as quick as you would think. But yeah, as I say, this was a crazy thing, and I quite liked it to build. So it's done a few, like, random ones. They don't all have interiors either. This was probably the quickest it's built. Like, this is just not that unusual. Because I didn't do the interiors for all of these. It's only more recently I've actually been bothering with that stuff. This is actually a pretty good, like, sporty race car, which is, for some reason, an MPV body. I mean, it's built like just a whole load of stuff. Some of them good, some of them downright awful, and some of them pretty mediocre. I don't know how this one's going to handle yet. It may be okay, but the tyres are awful, so I've made them as wide as I possibly can. That's all I've really got going for me. It's like 395 width off-road tyres. So we'll have to see how this does or doesn't handle. I mean, I'm thinking, could I change the Miku head size? Probably not. It just, the whole thing looks a little off, actually. So if I were to get this, because now I look at it again, I could probably just drag some stuff and somehow kind of get it working. I don't think this is even going to be the most time I've spent on one drawing in a go, to be honest. So, like, if I move this stuff out, like, this is just an idea I've had that I think might help it. It keeps grabbing something else on the other side. It's not actually the Miku. It's like one of those things that keeps grabbing. So, as I say, if I grab that piece and drag it over, I think this is going to work a little better for just overall shape. Because it can sometimes just help pretty much with real artwork as well, and not just like random automation art. It can actually help to just go back to it a short while later, and maybe then the answer will come. Where it's not quite as bad looking when you just make a few small changes. There we go. I mean, I think that looks a little better. Yeah, so I will need to fix this. However, I need to bring up my reference again. I've been trying to fix a head without actually looking at my reference. So yeah, there is a bit of hair, like, in the middle. I do get an inkling of thought. Maybe automation wasn't designed to draw Mikus in. Then I realised that's ridiculous. Of course the game was designed for this. I feel like the line art, or kind of trim pieces I'm using as line art, might be a little large here, but it's the same as the whole body, so I don't know if it works. I guess it can be usable. So, okay. Then we can get this. The wheel is all knowing. The wheel wouldn't have dared tell me anything that's wrong. The wheel is our friend and not our foe. The wheel has no ulterior motives whatsoever, I am sure. Okay, there we go. It's not the most awful Miku, I think. although it's definitely down there with the worst Mikus, I don't think it's the absolute worst one. So I'll take that as a victory. Okay, the hairpins. It's like I think I can do this quite easily actually. It's kind of red and black. It's not going to look perfect, but I think it will look recognisable enough as Miku hair clips. Then we drag a third one of these through here. Change the depth a little so it falls behind it. I think that's decent enough positioning. Well, Toon Shader happens to be red, so I'll use that. Save a little bit of time. Looks like a sandwich more than a hair clip. It'll have to do. I think on the other side as well I can do something similar. That one can go that way. I think I'll probably like collapse this livery on the export because that stops it like corrupting. I don't know how it will take it though. It might take a very long time. So, okay. The head is, I think, pretty simple. Okay. See you, Bard. Hopefully. I am almost done anyway, so at least with the line art, all I've got to do now is the face and the top of the head, and I think at least the basis is here. It's mainly just colour. So, seeing all the important stuff, that's a positive, I guess. Yeah. I need to stop going on too much. And I do need to finish me Miku. So the head. Head will have to go many of these pieces. I'm going to need a lot of triangles to colour this. Would have been easier if I just chose another character, like... I know this from drawing them, but... Miku is not, like, the easiest thing to draw. If I'd used something like, I don't know, Peter Griffin, it would have actually been kind of somewhat easier to draw. Yeah, I chose something a lot more complicated. I mean, even the line art beyond that, there's just the colouring process. Which at this point I'm far too deep in, actually. I'm just thinking, because the hair is kind of a car's body colour, but I can change that to maybe a different material, a plastic or something, and that'll probably work. So here we go. Drag that around. I think if I just move some of these pieces, maybe a little taller, it will be just right. About as close to just right as I can realistically get with what I have been dealt. My past self deciding this was a good idea and it probably wasn't. It's actually transferring a little easier than I thought it would to the higher level. Add a little more rotation to that. There we go. I think that's there's something of a head. And then I think we need more like hair there, so my hair piece. There we go. I think the hair clip is just off in terms of angle. Like the premise of the idea is definitely here, but it's not quite 100% perfect. So I can delete that. And then I can try and like drag that across. That is that's a little better now. There we go. I feel like I should be doing something other than drawing Miku on a vehicle, but this is how things have turned out. I mean, maybe if I did like pivot that a little more, it would like go towards the hair clip and it would be understandable as a concept. There we go. It is a Miku. I think if I tilt that hair clip, it's almost there. I just need to tilt it a little more, and it should be not perfect, but close enough to perfect that I don't think anyone's really going to care. So, maneuver that, and there we go. I think I've done enough with that hair clip. For one on the other side as well, I think I just tilted them both wrong. So, tilt that a little that way, and again, this should be a way of fixing the whole thing, so it's not going to be perfectly detailed. I mean, I'm working it with it like trim pieces and automation and trying to use that as line art. So she needs some kind of facial expression, whichever one's easy, I think. I mean, I'll see whatever there is that in the menus that maybe looks like a facial expression. Bit of a shoulders here, just needs like sealing up, for the lack of a better term. I mean, it's not like an exact match to the reference image I have got, but it is something. I mean, I think here, I can probably just make that longer because I want to say there's like a piece of hair going down that side of the body, so it doesn't have to be hyper detailed, it just has to be looking like actual Miku hair. I think that'll work. Like, I'm pretty pleased with that. I mean, there's no neck. I'm not going to move it at this point, but there is no neck. So, that is something. As I say, I'm gonna have to find something that looks like it's a face. There's like exhaust cutouts and stuff as 3D. I could give it like googly eyes. That would be kind of cursed, but you know what? They're not actually looking terrible. Like, I think it's a spare tire. It should probably actually work though. If I resize these correctly, it should be recognizable enough as eyes. I mean, I'll probably just do like very basic cartoon eyes, but you know, ones which are recognizable enough as eyes. I keep using a term, but the key thing is that, you know, you recognize this is a face. That seems to have a lot of weight to it, like dragging it. So then we can go and shift copy that. Yeah, it's like, if I go 3D, no, I am on 3D, that's why. Okay, so that falls just below the line, which is excellent. So then we can go, yeah, shift and drag. That face looks kind of off. This Miku has seen things. Okay, almost there, I think. That looks like it might do the job. I feel like it's just low on one side, though. So, like, if I put that down there... Pivot that. I mean, it's a Miku. What else can I say? It is a Miku of sorts. I might just give her the most basic mouth ever. Looks so derpy. Yeah, I think that's the right eye colour. Oh, I've missed a detail. Missed a detail. You waste the entire project. Something like that should fix it. That, yeah, I did think that looked a little odd being that long, but it seemed to work for the time. Now, there we go. It is Miku, definitely. The Miku at home. I wonder if I can actually get this thing to somewhat slow down. The tyres are awful, so... You know, once I'm done with this line art at least, there is still a lot to do with the colour, but I can call it a amount of progress, should I say. Then we can drag that round. Trying to focus too hard, and I can't talk when I'm focusing, and everything gets boring quick. There is the Miku of sorts. I mean, it's off, but yes. So if I go drag that. And then I can probably just copy this piece here. Because the whole thing is like, as I say, it's just a little off. If I just make a small correction here. I don't know, is that like... Oh, I can like move the camera and lock it in somewhere else. There we go, my rush job of a hand kind of fixed it. I mean, those eyes are off, but I might just make them like black because it will show up kind of thing. And then I can do the white pupils of sorts. I mean, that should make it work at least. Or I could go white and black, I don't know. I can get this to work in a way, though. So, this is going to be where it's a bit painful, because I'm going to have to do a lot of messing with these pieces. Maybe it's going to be less painful than I anticipate, which would certainly be the optimal outcome for my part. I think I'll just start with the colour and stuff that I need, and then I will, from there, I will see, do I want to... Oh, that fits. Do I want to, glass? Can make bits transparent if I want, and go straight through the bodywork. So I'm going to have to go with, I'll call it Miku again. Like I did with a black colour, which isn't going to be this colour forever. It will be, as I say... Like, I'm going to change the reflectiveness and stuff. So if a car has metallic, what I'll probably do for the hair is just remove all the metallic nature, but like keep some of the shininess. That's what I've done with the skirt. There's like, it's not metallic, it's just a little shiny. And I think that works for what this drawing is. You don't really need the metallic nature, and I do want some separation of the hair, perhaps being the same colour as the car body. I'm getting sidetracked. So... From what I can see, it's quite a light grey. I think that's pretty close. Now, there is some metallic nature here, which I can work with. I just don't know exactly what metallic, like, touch to use. I think I could go, like, super metallic on this particular part, because it is naturally quite metallic. So, yeah, like flake. Maybe not like 100%, like go 80%, 90 maybe? I think that. 100 is a little too much. I think somewhere between 90 and 95 should work. I think 96 actually, so it's almost full flake. I feel like that's correct for what this is. And, yeah, it's got the hex code, which is nothing fancy, just a grey colour. It is full shininess. I could change that later, but I think it's fine. I don't think I'm going to use a silver or grey colour anywhere else on this car. At least near the Miku. So I should be fine. I do need to just go for a toilet for a moment, so I will put the BRB here. As I do. In text. I mean, can probably make the text a little larger, so it shows up well on with the compression and stuff, without like being undiscernible. That should work. Select something else. Okay. Mute that. Yeah, so, sure, it's a good idea to unmute the microphone when I start speaking. Anyway, we have to finish the Miku can remove that now. I don't know, my head wants to keep it and reuse it, but I can just make some text again instead of like re-engineering that and stuff. Anyway, we have our silvery colour with some metallic, as I believe it is more accurate to have a little metallic here. Can also duplicate that a little and try a square, I think, in this part of the design. Looks like it may be just squared enough off to work. Because I don't want it to like overlap. The tie is supposed to be a different colour, and this is like the closest I think to a fill bucket tool we actually have in automation. I actually think, given how much I struggled with the line art idea, I think it'll be fine. Now, down here, I do not have line art in this part of the drawing, so I'm not sure exactly what I'll make of that. Because I've used it, like, everywhere else. And that just looks completely flat without the line art, compared to the rest of the design. I say this as if it's normal to use line art in automation. Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? So, it was worth a try. Like, I'm amazed this doesn't, kind of hurt as much as it does to the game. With, you know, like all these textures and stuff going on. Basically hitting each other. To fight for... to fight for dominance over the car's body. That, barely works. Yeah. Like, there is gaps. Is that, like, did I do something dumb? So if I move that out. Ah, that digs in deeper. Okay. So moving that, it's like how deep it digs into the body of the car. So moving that out is perhaps even a better option. Like, that doesn't really dig in at all. I should have paid attention to this stuff a lot earlier. I don't think it's going to really affect the skirt all that much, but still. It's one of those things. I can redo the skirt if I have to, but for now I think it's fine. I just didn't realise until far too late now, at least with this part. The upper part is going to be fine. It's going to be devoid of the cutting, at least to the extent of the other pieces. Yeah. The car. Hi, Temple Guard. I got a car built by the random wheel, gave me this colour, and my immediate response was to create a Miku. Unoptimization. I don't know. Yeah. Somehow, I don't know if it's because my PC is good. It's not lagging at all, but I could imagine this lagging other systems with everything going on. So, yeah. There is me trying to get the whole silver texture working. Like, I've used the kind of bumper trim pieces to use a tractor's line art. I mean, don't know what I can do about this. Sometimes just moving these pieces around somehow gets it to work, and I don't quite understand that, but it's not a question I need to ask. When it works, it works. Yeah. It's not lagging though, as you see. Like, I can do all this and it's fine. I mean, I could check on the pause menu, see how much video RAM it's using, because I think it shows that. Okay, I think I've got like a 24GB GPU, and it's using 9.7% of it. But that does mean if you were using a lesser GPU, it would be having an absolute nightmare. So what's 10% of a 20? Yeah, so that's like 2.4 gig. So if you had a 3GB video card, it would be having an absolute panic attack about now. On mine, it's fine because I have an excess of video memory, and yeah, that's not going to cause any problems for me. But I can see the optimization problems. I do think it's usually using less RAM than this, so. Yeah, I actually have a 1650. I just don't use it anymore. Pretty good card for the time. I mean, as I say, 3GB of memory, I would be running into issues. If I keep going at this, I could even be using the 4 gigs, which a 1650 has. And yeah, I mean, it's understandable though with the whole RAM thing going on as well. Like, it's just a nightmare to get RAM. I have an art PC with 128 gigs because I bought it before the whole market went mad. And this I kind of like didn't set that properly, so it like just digs into the body. And that's not good for the visuals of it. I mean, there's 156 trim pieces, I've just realised. Yeah, 4090 is incredible. I think my card, it's a 7900 XTX. I think it's somewhere along like a 3080, 3090. Which is, for my use, it's pretty good, but 4090 is incredible. Like, that would be more than capable of running most stuff. Well, it probably will. I've got a laptop 3080 as well, which is less powerful than even a desktop 30. That runs everything, so 4080 should easily run pretty much anything you throw at it. I'm running at 4K as well, so if a 4090, if this one's at 4K, then I think the 5090 will probably do it. I'm running at 4K. I'm recording this as well, like in OBS and in the AMD software. Handles quite a bit. And that works okay. Hi, Izzy Flower. I mean, it's like everyone. Now I'm almost finishing the Miku. Everyone's here. Yay! The power of Miku. I mean, it's kind of an ambitious idea I had. It's finally coming to fruition. The eyes have no soul. I can acknowledge that much. But yeah, I don't normally do anything artsy on this channel, but the mood took me to do art on the gaming channel. And there we go. I mean, when I get around to it, I will put this on my Discord as well as a car file, so like anyone can download it and enjoy the power of Miku. That's in the channel description for that, but yeah, I do try and upload these randomised builds. I mean, I've been starting adding interiors to them and stuff, and then finally Miku happened. It's got crazier and crazier as time has gone on. I mean, this car it's not going to handle that great with the tyres that the wheel has allowed me to use, if I bring up the wheel. No, not that, that's the Miku reference. The wheel, yes. So I spun that quite a few times. That shows everything about the car. And I have a random colour generator. That's where the Miku idea came from. It randomly selected me that colour, which is like vaguely a Miku colour. So it happened. Anyway, we've got a lot of these details that I have to try and add. I mean, this is not an art program, so yeah. Some form of, I don't know, did I have ray tracing on? I mean, I didn't put it super high if I do have it on, so Wait, yeah, I was thinking I had epic ray tracing though. I don't know. No, ray tracing is apparently off, so yeah, it's not a difference I ever really noticed, so I just put the power into other stuff. Everything else though is on top settings pretty much. Yeah. Believe me, you haven't seen my other art. If you think those eyes are large, I can find something actually. On my Discord I have something. Oh, and now it's reloading. That's going to take a bit of time. Wait-yo. So find my art stuff. Got some My Winter Car like real specs up as well. And I have lost the live window. There we go. Ah, yeah. This is like one of the worst options, I'd say, for my whole large eye thing. Like, that's how I draw. It's also me. As you can see, the AMD colours naturally, which I used. Those are admittedly worse than I usually draw eyes, and there is glasses on this particular depiction, but there is a lot of eye size. Also, they have hearts in them. That's something I added. So, yeah, I go crazy with the big eyes usually. Like, the ones on the Miku are nowhere near as large as that. I mean, I also use the 80,085 pixel resolution in Clip Studio because I'm insane. I mean, my art PC does not like that, but I force it to. That's the height as well. It's actually wider. It's like 136 wide. I think this looks okay. I mean, I wasn't so sure in the line art phase. It's looking a little better as time goes on. There is also the avatars. There's, like, somehow there's 3 Sakuras. It's just chosen Sakura for everyone. There is the Vocaloid add-on, so there is actually a Miku there. I don't think it's the latest version, but there is a Miku on the stream avatars, which you can use for avatars Miku. I'll try and bring it up. Like, that's the command to get the Miku on the avatars, if that's what you want to use. There's also a few others, as Gumi as well and stuff. I think there's Len and Reen and all that. The main ones, really. So, got to pivot that a little. I mean, yeah, that's a gap, I think. No, that's a hair. I'm being dumb. I need to do something with a hair, though, to make it still contrast with a car. I think I have an idea what to do, but it should work out if I get what I want from this idea. Because the tyres are bad on this car, I'm honestly going to just rely on the power of Miku to make sure this thing actually goes around a corner. Because it's all I got right now. I think if I make this a little smaller, perhaps, because the piece is overlapping there. I think it might have to overlap to cover that blue up, though. I mean, the only advantage is it kind of looks like reflections and stuff, so it doesn't contrast as badly as otherwise it may. Control Z on that, and we can go shift and drag. There we go. So get that down there. It is now, it's approaching more level of completion. The craziest thing is, colour is actually fairly easy on this. I just like spam these pieces all over the place and it works somehow. Doesn't so much work with the line art so easily. I think I might do a bit of the, well, for lack of a better term, the engineering aspect of this. There's also a few of these triangular pieces that I can try and reuse. So that is a little better. Think I could maybe use a square there. Square, rectangle, same basic idea. This can get dragged down. So we can get that larger. It's a bunch of squares spammed here, and I'm kind of getting what I wanted. There we go. Okay, it fits, kind of. I mean, the whole skirt is like, I messed that up, so the pieces are a little like deeper into the carve than they should be. But it's getting somewhere. I can actually think if I make this smaller. New camo, that appears to be why. I mean, at this point, I'm just using it to save me time. It's going to be here somewhere. There we go. This Miku has seen things. I kind of like how bad that is. It's like, it doesn't look good at all, but it's kind of like so derpy it works. Actually, I could make it just cross-eyed, because at this point... At this point, I mean, like, you know, I feel I might as well just go completely crazy with it. At least the eyes have expression that way. I feel like I should do a better mouth, but that would take time. So I've got that colour there, actually. I should have it somewhere, which would make it a bit easier to fill. So that actually lines up pretty well. That is the skin tone I selected. So we will go... move that one up. I think if I pivot this one round, I will have a pretty decent balance. I think if I rotate that, will it... Okay, so this is almost done. do need to do other stuff with this car though. Like I didn't intend to spend so long on it, but then the art has taken me. Trying to just line that up so I can like save a bit of time and not put a million different like panels here to get that look. Now at this point I think I'd better off just moving some other pieces. That should work. Okay. Okay, I messed up bad. That part isn't actually supposed to be that colour. And I can still try and reuse these pieces, but... Okay, that is at least in place in some sense of a word. Okay, so... I feel like I've missed that. Like, I've not made that wide enough for filling in the gap that it's supposed to fill in. So I will... I'll go and navigate this. If I could get... That's not going to work, is it? Stretch that out a little that way. And can do the same here. That should fill in that little gap. There we go. And if I could get like a circular thing, which there is a circular cut out, that should do for there quite well. I mean, I'm basically imitating a circle with something that is not a circle. Okay, now that's better than when I completely misused that colour on the wrong place. I'll probably leave this like with some very basic colour and stuff. I probably won't redo the legs and that. And these have also been completely misplaced and I don't want to do that. Okay, so we've got 2D there. Move that somewhere. There we go. Now there's no worry about there being no foot there, because it's covered up. Yeah, as I say, I'm only going to be able to do so much. Like, I've got the interior to do as well, and I'm already wishing to kind of get something that's recognisably a Miku. So then I can go, actually that could make things a lot easier. If I just pivot that, and then like move it into place, could perhaps with only 2 of these get that working. There we go. And then we can not mirror it, but grab that and like rotate it and stuffs. Okay, I'm a little more optimistic now. That's been done quite quickly on that side. Can I? Almost there. Okay, I think that works. No, I don't think that works. I need to pivot it a little just to cover that gap. There we go. Fine. It's good enough. Yeah, that looks different from that side. It looks kind of more horrifying from that side. Just looks a bit derpy and weird here. Which, you know, derpy is better than horrifying in my idea of how things should be. Okay, bye, Izzy. Hope it's, I mean, hope I finish this today. And I hope your day is good and stuff. I don't know. I'm not good with words. But yeah, I will keep working on this and I will hopefully finish it. So yeah, we've got the... Oh dear, I'm grabbing that completely wrong. I need to go and shift that and then drag that along. If I don't even have to rotate this, that's going to save time. I likely will have to, but... Gotta take some time saving methods. Because it's taking far, far too long. There we go. So that fits. There we go. Why does this remind me of like somebody that I used to know video? Where like everything's painted strangely. Just trying to think how I can line this up. So maybe if I turn it that way up, will that help? No. No, yes, I don't know. I think I can go pivot that like so. I mean, I'll get this working in some sense of the word, so... I think if I go grab that, and I'll probably change it to a square or something. Yeah, there we go. Squares do have their uses. And circles and triangles. Granted, I would like more shapes, but I don't think there is realistically any others I can use for colour. 185 fixtures now. I mean, I'd love to put more work into this and actually get it perfect, or as close to perfect as I can, but there's only so much I can actually do to work this. Maybe try that, yeah. Seems if you exceed the lines a little, or at least exceed the start of the lines, you can actually fill in the gaps quite well. Because I feel like, yeah, the line art is very scruffy, but it is helping tie the thing together. At least, I guess, in regular art as well, you can have line art that's just totally messed up, but somehow still works. I feel like that's what we've got here. It's like sketch layer almost, and you can see what's going on, even though the line art is just kind of broken. I think, yeah, almost. So I need to get some more of a black colour. I think the hair and the tie can just stay car body colour for now. I will redo them at some point in the future, but you know what it is. Even if, like, they match the background a little. So that's a square. I could probably just mount a bunch of squares up here. And that'll like tie it together fairly well. Just stack the squares. Yeah, it looks okay. But I'm going to have to change the colour, naturally. Change it to one I called Miku, because that will be the best option. So that can go somewhere like that. Yeah, I feel like this square can be a little larger, and I should be getting there at that point. Could probably use a circle on the base there as well. And a few triangles at the top, and that should get me pretty close. There we go. I'm feeling pretty happy with that. I mean, as imperfect as it is, I don't think anyone will say that's not a Miku. At least, unless... I mean, it's not very good art, but I think at least you see it, you know it is a Miku, in fact. So yeah, it looks like it's supposed to, is basically what I'm saying. With, in a roundabout way. Maybe drag that a little that way. Does that work? It kind of does. I think it works well enough. And then we'll go with a few triangles on the top here. Go triangle cut out there. My arm is not liking being in this one position. And I don't know what I grabbed there. Grabbed something I didn't want to in terms of what it was. I think it was the top of the arm instead of this triangle piece I'm trying to mess with. Yeah, it is glossy. I did do that with the paint because, like, if the skirt is that way, if you look at the reference image I've got, that is kind of like how it is. Yeah, I mean, it's patchy. It's patchy because I'm throwing so many different pieces at it. Yeah, that's the idea though. Like, it won't be too noticeable, honestly. But Like, it is as good as I think I can do, given this game was never made to draw Mikus, so... Yeah, I spent far too long on this. But I have at least got a Miku. I mean, I feel like someone will actually bring a Miku out on the Steam Workshop, like, right after I finish this video or something. This stream or something. Knowing how it goes. Oh, there's the hands, and there's a piece there that I can probably work with. Just when I think I'm done as well. I need to stretch my arm a moment. Because it's been, like, frozen in place for too long. That is not a normal triangle shape. I mean, I do have other things. I know it's actually like 39 is a Miku number, so I could just put that somewhere on the side as like a little Easter egg, I think. It's like, if you know about it, you know about it. And for everyone else, it's just a random number. So that can be squished down a little. I mean, I obsess on line art a lot more than this on my actual pieces of work, but this is automation, so there's definite limits to what you can even do with line art. I mean, I'll probably finish the whole thing, like, properly eventually. It's just, for now, I'm going to have to leave it like this, but maybe with a little bit for the hands. Because once I've done that, I mean, I think it's enough for now. And again, they're not like exact hands. Trying to get exact hand anatomy in automation, it's probably possible, but it would be so much of a pain. At least a little like mitten hands or ball hands, however you do it, is easy enough and you still kind of know their hands. That should do. I only needed one shape for that. Yeah, like, that's just barely working, though, in that space. It's that close to just not filling it at all. How many... I wonder how many things I've got to get a semi-finished Miku. It's 196 layers for a semi-complete Miku. That's very derpy. And a couple of max rolls and stuff. That is... And it's also mirrored. I did make sure it's mirrored, other than the eyes. I'll need to mirror the eyes and maybe the mouth. Because other than that, like, this is perfectly mirrored. And I like that. Because all of the effort on this one side of the car will not go to waste. With the snap mirror tool thing, with the snap mirror nature of this game, can't really do it on the bonnet. But at this point, there's only so much I can do. So is that, yeah. I think that's okay. So... could put like 3.9 on the glass roof or something. Wait, actually, I wonder what 5 litres is in cubic inches. I have to find that, because if this works out to chance... So if we go, 5,000... Oh, that's 305. I mean, I was thinking if it like factored in to be like 390 cubic inches or something, that would be perfect, but it doesn't. I mean, I could just outright lie and call it like 390 cubic inches and then hope no one ever researches it. I don't know. Ooh, some fancy numbers. Let's just put it on the back with like no explanation whatsoever. They actually kind of look out of place. They look like they're from an older American car or something, but I don't know. They're not aligned even. There we go. Just 3.9 there with no explanation whatsoever. If only there was a Miku plushie I could add in the interior. I mean, that would be something. So, seats. I'm going to go with some nice cushy seats. Could go with bucket seats, actually. I don't know, I feel like the bucket seats kind of suit it. But at the same time, there's loads of space here. I think it's in the 1970s interiors, and you can get some really nice Ford seats. If I can find it. I don't know, is the Gran Turismo music playlist finished? No, it hasn't. But there's some nice seats. Looking, where are seats? Luxury seat, yes. We want the luxury. Well, I guess technically it's got a premium interior, not a luxury one. I mean, as I say, there's some really nice, soft-looking seats, though, in the 1970s from a Lincoln, so I'd love to put them in it. If I can find where it is. The green is the other randomly drawn colour from the wheel, so that's why I'm using that. Race kit dashboards. I think I see something I can do, which would tie into it quite nicely with the Miku nature and stuff. Because this dashboard, it has like that trend that I think is on more modern cars. Some more modern cars, and they have the coloured piece on the interior in the middle, so I don't know, I say that the Rover 75 had it, and that was like in the late 90s, so I don't know, and the Jaguar S-Type, and a few others as well. Say that as if it's like a modern thing and it hasn't been done much before. It has. Anyway, my point is, I could maybe get this working, so if we go, we move the body. Miku looks crazy different without the body. I think it's the hair, because I've just like cheesed it. So I can probably squish that down, raise this up. Excellent. There we go. I think that works. So what I was saying here, we could use the blue, and it's like, that's the exterior colour as well. So I think this will tie in quite nicely. Just have a bit of blue on the dash. And down here, I don't know, I'd probably just use the green to tie it into the floor and stuff. There as well. And then, don't know, the top of the dash could probably be black, and I think that'll work fine. I have got the green there, so it's not like I'm just cheating out of the green that we wanted to use. We've got a front end that's not too spectacular, but works. It does need some ventilation for the back, because that's where the engine is, so I don't know. The scoop? I could put some crazy scoops on, but I don't know, it's doing that thing that's frozen up. Honestly, it didn't do that for the whole designing of Miku, so I'll take it. Like, automation has been pretty kind to me so far. Maybe because I was also dragging and dropping stuff, not adding new fixtures. So we've got this. Yeah, that's quicker if I do enable, not enable, if I do elongate the gear ratio. 5.9. Yeah, if only it would do 3.9 seconds 0 to 60. That would have been perfect. But it will not. .0. I mean, I said I could just like lie and put a 5.9 litre V8 or 3.9 litre V8 sticker on the back or something, and no one would know. Well, they would know if they looked if they looked on the boot floor, which is actually where the engine is. This is heavy though. 2.6 tons. Honestly, 5.9 seconds with a Slushbox automatic on a 2.6 ton vehicle isn't that bad. I've gone with gargantuan tyres to try and get some braking performance out of it. It's not so much the power, it's just getting the thing to slow down. Now, what do we want for brake force? What does it reckon? Yeah, gonna have to put the front force up. To be fair, it is like very low end drum brakes on a very heavy car. So if you keep making this, if you have to keep pushing these brakes to get any kind of braking performance out of it, you're going to struggle to slow a car of this weight and size. And as per the wheel, I cannot go with carbon ceramics or anything, as much as it would be fun. I mean, as I say, I will upload my car file to my Discord, so anyone can, like, fix this car, but currently I'm just doing what the wheel tells me to. Okay, so I think I've just about got the force it wants. Granted, I've had to really push it because I go to like 150. Yeah, I think it stops like making any major differences, but I've had to push that to get the kind of brake force it wants. I will be setting up a rear force for drivability though, not so much from the sportiness, because drivability affects how predictable this thing is gonna be in theory. I find measuring the front brakes to the highest sportiness score and the rear brakes for the highest drivability score generally works out quite well in terms of balance. And it still brakes well and everything. The thing just doesn't slow all that well. And it's these tyres, I'll be honest. Now, if I'm lucky, I can just use the brutal width to still get this thing to handle, but I don't know if it will. So if I go, can I lower the pad type? Does it like that? No. Sportiness doesn't like it. I mean, I'm pushing these brakes to a point they were not meant to be used at. These front brakes, they're drum brakes, so you know. They're not meant to stop a high-performance sports car or super estate. If it was made of carbon fibre, that would definitely help it, but it's made of steel, so, you know. We haven't got front leaf springs, though, so at least sits low and looks cool, if nothing else. It's actually 4-corner McPherson struts. It's not a terrible setup for suspension. It's not brilliant, but it's not terrible. So, I can go and I can try and add some door cards, because door cards always help, and also door handles. Probably want them. Can go with some like more just generally typical modern looking ones. Probably add a bit of chrome touch to them. So I think they need turning the other way. Okay, so it's now got door handles. I mean, it hasn't got a rear ring, and it does need rear downforce as per the wheel's prompt, but I've added that with the rear splitter, so it all works the same functionally. There is now going to be the downforce. Okay, it is making positive rear downforce, which isn't always the case that it will allow that, but the wheel has been kind enough there. So 43.3. I don't think that's going to affect anything, no, because it hasn't got front downforce, but it was worth a try, see if I could get a bit more on the front. So I'm going to lower the rear downforce, so it's not making like crazy downforce, but it's not making lift. There we go. So I'm not going to need a lot at the back at all, actually, which will probably make it quicker in a straight line. Yeah, neutral rear downforce, but it's making lift on the front, which is not ideal. But that's how it has worked out. So 5.9, 0 to 60, I'll take that. Things could be a lot worse on that side of things. We've got the... could add a, like, vent there. I wouldn't go anywhere. What I'm thinking, actually, if I could go with something on the rear here, like just a little scoop or something. Something like this. That would look pretty good, I feel. Probably pivot that. Yeah, so that's going to look pretty nice, I feel. Just a nice little intake on the side. Can probably go and flip this other way up. There we go. So if I mirror that, that's going to give some air intake to the engine, I imagine. I mean, I should probably get more air intake. If these front ones are functional to the engine in the back, that should help. Because I would say I've not got enough downforce. Maybe I have. I don't know. All I can do is just try and work with what the wheel has given me. There is also the engine tuning I've got. I will try and throw some door cards on here first, because that is something that does need doing. There's like these. Are these 90s door cards? Somehow I don't imagine they would work. I need something 2010s, I feel. Like if there's door cards for the 2010s. Or even 2000s to an extent. 2020s off-road. 2020s sedan. 1970s even. But where's all the 2010s stuff? 20s will probably do. There's 20s sedan. Like, that's probably the closest I'll get, honestly. For a more modern body like this. I do feel this body is more 2010s, personally, but 2020s bodywork and stuff should still work quite well. Don't know, like, what other options are there? I feel like the way that's, like, canted forwards is not going to help. I mean, there's 20 sedan there. Now, if I can get this working as I'm hoping, I could move that to the front. What pieces do we have, like, in terms of colour and stuff? I'm just thinking I could add some green, so add the cloth. Not make the whole thing that colour, but just enough. But it'll work. Maybe if I go default on this, if I can find where the default is. There's Miku Silver. There we go. So I think I'll make the green a piece on the side. There we go. This can be the green colour. I don't want to drive this thing eventually. I don't just want to be stuck in the design process forever. So, I mean, there's always like flipping upside down, but I don't think that's going to help. Yeah, that doesn't line up quite. I mean... Maybe I'll put that there and then mount a mirror. No, because I don't think I'd mount a mirror there. It's, it's tricky. So if I go... Maybe if I latch onto a rear wheel or something... 20 sedan, I could probably, pivot that. I think that will work. Now it needs rotating a bit more. I mean, it's a design. I'm not sure it's the best one ever. In fact, I'm almost certain it isn't, but it's a design for an interior. Miku looks tiny, but I don't know. It's a tiny little Miku. So, as I say, for these sports seats, full set? Okay. That might be worth a try. I'll probably finish this up soon. Like, I mean, as I say, I think I've done the Miku enough for now. I'll probably finish off soon, and then I'll go into actually driving the thing. I mean, that's green is going to show through, but I think it helped me get this a little lower, so that's useful. Mirror this. I think actually I don't need a full green floor. I think as it's set up, that's probably fine. Can probably remove whatever this carbon piece is in the front. That doesn't do anything. Or at least make it invisible is what I mean, really. Like, I think that ties it together fairly well. Not perfectly, but the whole thing is there at least. If I make that shorter, because it's almost working. Okay, so if I move that back a little, there we go. I think that will work. Like, it's not perfect. It should still fall into place, so... You can't see it. There's a gap there. You can't see it too much. The whole thing is that this has an interior and it looks like it's got an interior from at first glance, so you don't pay too much attention. It'll be fine. There is a bucket seat there. I mean, it's as I say, there's some really nice, like, 70s seats. There we go. And there is a bench seat for the back as well. So that can occupy the way. Like, it's a large car. I want the GT seats for a nice Grand Tourer. I mean, I can probably actually shorten that and it'll be fine. give a bit of space for where the seats fall. And they will be larger. But they will be larger in, I think, the right quantity. Maybe make that a little smaller. I mean, I could probably make them blue. But I don't know, it's like the green is the overall decided upon colour. I think if I accent it though, I think I could accent this quite nicely, so it's got the right kind of blend. If I go, there we go. So we can use the blue but accent it with green, and I think that will look pretty good. So I'll copy this hex code and I'll add some leather, I think. Should be somewhere. Yeah, there we go. Hex code. Yes, that's nice. A green and a blue seat. Pretty aggressively blue, if I'm honest, but Miku, so it's okay. Bench seat in the front looks interesting. But I feel I should go with independent seats. I mean, I think for a working interior, that should do a job. I mean, I know the seats are floating, but we just ignore that inconvenience. There's enough space. That, as I say, this is a limousine of a car. There is easily enough space. I mean, it's going to look a little Spartan, but I can put a Maxwell, I think, on the passenger seat at least. So, just before I finish up with the design, we also need a steering wheel of some kind. Hopefully a more modern one. I feel that should work. Oh, there's these. That one actually looks pretty good for what I'm building here. So I'll add that. I would say add a column shifter, but it doesn't need one. It's an automatic canonically. I mean, it would probably still have a shifter, but I can make my own theories like, oh, it's this way because it's this way because it's got the controls on the steering wheel. I can actually bring that dash back, I think, because I've brought it forward so much, but it's not really doing anything being that far forwards. Like, I can bring that way forwards. Like, this is not going to be the best interior I've ever designed, or even close to it, but the Miku honestly took a lot of time. So I think I'll do some final engine refinements, and then this should be acceptable enough. So I'll save it, make sure it's saved. I don't want to lose all my progress on the Miku because I wasn't saving it or something. So if I can make the RPM go down a little, that maybe could help it. I don't know. It revs a little higher than I think the car is actually comfortable with. We're making over 500 horsepower, so revving this a little lower and losing a little bit of high-end power isn't necessarily going to destroy the car from a performance standpoint. I mean, it's like making proper supercar territory power here. The only issue is the torque. If that torque goes up, it's going to make it pretty difficult for the engine to actually kind of command it, because it does not like having too much torque. As far as randomised builds, the torque is actually pretty forgiving, but it's not the most ideal in the world at dealing with it. That's actually raising power, and it's lowering the torque, which is kind of what I want. The torque is still just about low enough that it's not causing issues, but the limit is 793. I do not want to make too much torque and just have it blowing up the engine from torque, because It can't handle it. So, how about compression? Oh, the car terminally oversteers. That stuff I'm going to have to fix. I think most of it is suspension, though. Yeah, I think most of it is the suspension that can be fixed, so we should be good there. Now, the... Wait, did that make it go up a lot for power? It did. So if the intercooler is... The intercooler also raises the torque. But if the intercooler does make it like that much easier to get power, I could always try and reduce the boost. So if I go for a low performance one, that doesn't affect high end torque, perhaps predictably so. And it will blow up the engine if I try and add too much. Yeah, there is a lot of PSI there. Lowering the boost a little probably wouldn't hurt it. Maybe make the turbines and stuff smaller. Because it's not like... It's not going to destroy these turbines at their current size. And it reduces turbo lag, apparently. I mean, as I say, the more I can lower these, the generally better response will be. But one advantage this engine has, it makes incredible torque. For a V6 as well. A 5 litre V6, the torque is just astoundingly good. Now, if I raise the boost a little, how will the torque sit? Okay, smallening the turbo has probably done it good. It's cost a little power, but I think it's fine with how it can take that. Like, this is not the perfect car ever in terms of putting the power down or anything, but the engine is solid enough. Not the perfect tune, but the engine is solid enough. It's not going to be an issue for power, that's for sure. It's the other things, it's like the tyre grip I'm concerned about. Even with all the weight, this still has enough power, especially with, I think, a 4x4 system. I don't think it's like more advanced all-wheel drive, but with a 4x4 system, this will put the power down, and it will actually, it'll command it okay. I wouldn't say it will necessarily command it well. So if we can get 520 horsepower, and the kind of crazy torque it's put out now, I will be pretty happy with that. I mean, it's got a single barrel eco carb, so I mean I can lower that and it'll make no power. I'm honestly, at this point, I'm surprised with this carburetor that it actually makes any kind of power. There is also a fuel map. That was actually still on here from like the default setup I chose. I didn't change that, so I mean, maybe a low fuel map goes well with the carburetor, I don't know. It doesn't seem like I'm getting anything extra by changing that. Up or down. I mean, I can raise it. It doesn't seem to do much good that way, though. Usually, raising the ignition timing helps. And indeed, it's no exception here. More power and more torque, I believe. I'll raise it to 75, which is the most the game typically likes, and usually what I end up using because of that. We can try changing the manifold and the exhaust and stuff. Yeah, it doesn't like having that particularly larger. 521.3. Solid power here. Also solid torque, maybe a little too solid. Like, I'd lower that. The torque is now too high. I could try smallening the turbo a little. At a push, that might help. So if I make the exhaust like... The exhaust is gargantuan. As long as I can make this exhaust larger, I can kind of like cheese it. The turbo mid, okay. Now, how much power do I lose if I make the intake manifold larger? Oh wait, I don't think it's an issue anymore. No, the torque has taken care of itself. As I say, it's not ideal. I've had to go with a massive exhaust to actually get this to work. Like, that exhaust is just too large, but what else am I supposed to do? I'll see if I remove the body. I mean, the exhaust is, like, just crammed in the back of a car, though, like that. So, the way it travels to that header, I could probably just make it larger. To keep it somewhat realistic, just make the exhaust nose a little larger. Because it has got a huge exhaust, so, you know, it's feeding out, though, just fine. Like, it's not in the way of anything else, just because of how this car's body is. Like, it's not hanging out the back of the bodywork or something, as these things sometimes can do. Maybe also helped by the fact it's a V6, so it's shorter. Yeah, it's like, it's a total mess there with exhaust. But it's not in the way. No one's ever going to see it. So I think we're fine there. And, yeah, as I say, it needs some suspension tuning to function as I would like it to. 189 miles per hour. I can lower the top speed a little and not really feel it. Maybe that'll make it a little better overall. 5.9 seconds, 0 to 60 still. I mean, it's odd that it would cut off there with all times. I believe it should be fine. It's got 5 gears, so it's not actually that bad. Like, if it hadn't chosen an auto, this would be like a 3-speed transmission, so I can't complain too much about it being an auto. For suspension now, the final thing I need to tweak. I mean, that's minus on the front. That's just going to get it gripping, but it's not necessarily what you want. So I feel like if I lower the anti-roll on the back, I can actually, okay, increasing the camber on the back is helping a lot. I mean, it's understandable in a way that this is sliding because of these tyres being terrible, but I have to try and fix what I can. We do have positive front and rear negative camber. That is a way of doing stuff. So the car tends to oversteer. I think that can be worked with. So we've got 7.3. Yeah, stiffening these sway bars seems to work. If it likes the stiffer sway bars, if it thinks it makes it handle better, then I will take that and I will try and run with it. I don't have a reason not to. I could also lower it, actually. I didn't think of that. This thing will go super low if I want it to, and that will probably... It'll probably make less lift on the front. It usually does that. Even as it stands, it's already like over 300 millimeters, so it has actually got some suspension travel. Even being as low as it is, which will look stupidly low, yeah, like that. But it has still got suspension travel, which I find interesting, because it doesn't look like it would have any amount of suspension travel whatsoever. I mean, I do quite like overall what it's built, though. It's just if it put it on better tyres, this thing could be so much nicer. But the tyres are what's not helping. So the car tends to oversteer. I mean, it is a 4x4 setup, as I remember. So, what have we got? We've got driver aids and safety. That's not anything we need. I would say driver aids affects whether you get traction control and stuff. I don't think it does. Wait, why is there more lift on the back? I just won't ask questions at this point. When I lower it, there should be less lift on the back, surely. No less, as I say, there's still suspension travel, even this being completely lowered out to the ground. So I think it doesn't hurt to have this like fully lowered as much as the game will allow. The springs on the front getting very stiff as I tune them, that's fine. I mean, honestly, it's McPherson struts. They're not really meant for super heavyweight cars like this one is. 2.6 tons. It might be like the second heaviest vehicle, that randomised vehicle that the Wheel has built, but I'm going to try and run with that as best as I can. I would add another Maxwell. I've got a Maxwell in the back at least, so... I just don't want to spend so long designing this. I already have. Like, how long? OBS says I've been streaming this for over 5 hours, so I do want to just get this... In some sense, I want to get this car drivable. Without throwing too much more time at it. It's finished enough as it needs to be. For now, at least. The front dampers are hard. Okay. Now you complain about that. It still tends to oversteer. I mean, there is the toe as well. Like, I can adjust a whole bunch of stuff with the suspension to try and make this better. So, yeah, still complaining about the front dampers, but as long as it's making sportiness better, I can stiffen up the front. It's going to hurt wide comfort, but still, the front dampers are hard. I'm going to have to soften the front dampers. They just got crazy hard, and that's not necessarily ideal. I mean, I can try keeping making the front stiffer. That's fixed the damper issues at least. 8.4. I mean, it makes sense, as I say, having this stiffer. If it gets this thing to actually roll less and accelerate better, then that is not a bad thing. .4. Yeah, it loves this just being so stiff on the front. And I mean, if this is fixing the oversteer problems and like making it more manageable, then that's not a bad thing. Anti-roll bars rarely make a car roll. And if they do, they're not going to be on these tyres. If they're having stiff anti-roll bars ever make something roll, it's going to roll on super grippy race tyres, not on these. And again, we can soften up the rear sway bars a little. They are not dependent on rolling and stuff, so typically they won't affect the overall stability of the thing as much as the front ones will. There's times, but they don't typically have as much of an effect. Okay. Trying to tweak this. So, rear toe. I mean, this stuff does have an effect. The advantage of having struts front and rear, we do get all this controllability improvements. There is more engine here in the back, so we're going to need a bit of stiffness at least on the back to help us. 46. How is this thing slowing with all my suspension changes? It's not getting any worse. I don't think the brakes are the issue though. Once you get to these lower grades of tyres, I believe it's the tyres that stop you braking. Like, you just press the brakes, they go through to the tyres, but the tyres just won't slow the vehicle because they're probably hard, crusty tyres and they don't have any ability to. Okay, 44.9 and 9.3. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna like the rear being somewhat stiffer. To what extent, I don't know. 9.5 on there. And then I can try stiffening up the dampers. Like, we could probably get over 10 on handling. Not great, but I think it'll drive. If it's under 10, then you really want to be... If it's under 10 on, like, not drivability, under 10 on sportiness, you want to be concerned that this thing is not going to handle all that well. For some cars, that makes sense. They wouldn't handle all that well if it's a comfort-based car, and, like, what's it, sportiness is just an afterthought, then that's fine. But I want this thing to actually corner, in some sense of the word. The car tends to oversteer still. I mean, I don't want to stiffen it up much more on the back than this. It's already got extra stiffness to go with the weight. I don't think I'm doing an awful job of it. I just got so used to tuning things with front leaf springs because the wheel does tend to mess me up quite a bit. It's not complaining about the dampers. Okay. car tends to oversteer. The front brake force, the rear brake force. Yes, I get that. It's not complaining about the dampers at all, which kind of surprises me. Okay, 11.0. Yeah, those dampers are fine. Do you want more? Yeah, apparently you do want more anti-roll on the front. Now, do we want any toe on the front? Yes. Like, this may affect acceleration a little. I'm not that bothered if it makes it handle. As I say, we don't have any fancy all-wheel drive, I don't think. Maybe I'm thinking of another car. If I just check. If we go along. No, we have 4x4. I mean, I'm not going to change that. I'm pretty sure it did select 4x4, if I remember correctly. And not anything fancier. It still has potential, though. Even being a 4x4 system instead of something like super fancy with an automatic transmission, there is potential to pull some performance out of it. Okay, so I think, yeah, I fixed the worst of the oversteer by adjusting the toe. It's not ideal, but I don't want to make the tyres smaller. So I can try adjusting the, no, I can't add any front positive camber. But it doesn't seem to want it anymore. 0.4 is good, okay. There is a bunch of complaints, but I don't think any of them are major. I think this thing is going to drive. Hope it keeps itself cool. Because now it should be finished. My very derpy Miku. Hopefully will go quick. I mean, there's so much more I could have done with it, but as I say, I've spent a lot of time on this car as it is. It's got 41% of the weight, 41.5% of the weight at the front. That ain't too bad. Anyway, we can see how it drives. So I will put the display image over while I change games. Oh, no, forget that. I think I've done something dumb. It's exporting a lot. It depends on how long it takes if I'll redo it. Because there's collapsed livery and stuff. Okay, I think I can manage it. It might take a bit of time, but I'm going to collapse livery and high resolution textures. Because before it has broken textures and stuff if I didn't collapse the livery. So this is probably going to take longer. The PC is even stuttering a little, and this is a good PC, I guess, because I've been recording for like 5.5 hours. Or streaming for 5.5 hours, I guess. There's bound to be difficulties for the PC. The thing is still going, though. Still, because I got this hard drive, just moved all the clips across, I can kind of get away with this, but yeah, it's going to be taking a lot of space up with all the recordings going on. So I will put the image up and I will go to BeamNG, where I do believe I exported it. For some reason I exported it and I forget moments later that I exported the car. So, library, should be somewhere. BeamNG, there we go. Play. I think I like played and then stopped playing and then I played again and then I don't know. Don't know what I'm selecting here exactly. Should be loading. Yeah, it's loading up BeamNG. So just take a moment. Now, how long have I got left? I'm actually right at the end of the Gran Turismo music playlist. Like 5 minutes off, so gonna go on the... Can probably just continue playing that actually for now. Play what's left of it while I load in the time trials. Racetrack circuit. We'll be going on 3 laps of here. I think I called it the Miku-mobile. I can't remember exactly. I named it a long time ago. See if it comes up. I think I did call it the Miku-mobile though. There we go. Easier to just type it in than try and search for it in the menus. Should be loading in any moment now. Okay. Will it load Beam or will it finish the music playlist? Oh, I've just been dumb. Like, I need to move over. Because I block the speedometer if I don't move over, so it has to be done. I forget, this avatar does not have a lot of space at the bottom of it. I set up for 480p and I did not use that resolution fully. It was so I could feed the eyes through a VCR and then... Where is it? Yeah, there we go. From what I can hear, I could probably turn it up a little. It is making noise. It's not as silent as I feared it might be. Maybe I'll try it on 27-ish? Okay. I think that should work. In terms of overall engine sound, I think that should show okay through the stream. So, yeah, my head instinctively went go to the interior view. So is this connected? Yeah, it is. Just checking, because it feels like there's no resistance, but I may have turned it down at some point in the past. I'm just being so dumb. It does seem cool. It does seem to cool itself. But I had to set it to all-wheel drive and stuff, and I just didn't get going off the line. Yeah, it's cooling itself actually really well, because I was revving it out there, and it did not heat up almost at all. Okay, he was saying it was oversteer, and it feels like there's pretty severe understeer, but it's gripping better than I expected. Like, I thought these tyres are hopeless. Putting 500 horsepower through them, it's going to be pretty pathetic. No, it's going. I've got it in all-wheel drive mode, but it is gripping enough, and it's going. The brakes are probably terrible. Like, this tyre compound in general is awful. But it feels like I might be able to pick up some speed. Despite the awful tyres, the rest of the car feels like it's put together well enough to somewhat compensate. As you see, there is a lot of understeer there. The only advantage I can go off the road like that, but... Despite everything, like, I think I'm going to have to give it a lot of turning angle. It slides under the brakes as well more than I would like. But as I say, maybe it's just because there's no grip on this. I've tried to balance it as best as I can. But it doesn't seem to be working as I would like. I mean, I did turn the traction control off, to be fair. It's making train noises. Oh dear. What have I done? I do not know. It completely lost grip. The car completely lost grip at the wrong moment. Anyway, I will give it another 2 laps because, just to be fair on it, I'll give it another 2 laps because I did go off. But I won't do the full 3 laps. To keep this fair with everything else. Now, I understand this vehicle a little more. You know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to put the traction assists back on. I'll put it on sport traction control because there is not a lot of traction in these tyres, so I feel I need every assist I can get to try and help me. Yeah, it does feel like at least now it's not going to lose traction quite as easily. Sounds like a train when it gets going though. It almost lures you into the false sense of security though. This thing actually has some kind of traction because it just doesn't. Like, it doesn't feel horrible for the moment you start driving it, but there is this false sense of security, and it's very real. As I say, I lost it on that first lap. I'm going to try and get the second lap of this one, which will be my final lap. I'm going to try and get that done correctly. I'm just going to be a lot more cautious than I was being. Yeah, it does the same thing as the cross-plies. It gets really unnerving when you're up to speed. It's crazy. This thing sounds like a train when you get going. It doesn't actually sound like a car. I mean, the way it picks up speed and everything, this literally sounds like a train. I mean, I don't mean that it sounds bad. It's just the way that the engine makes sound. Oh dear. Look, okay, that was slow, But I had to just let the car slide there, so it ended up with a slight graze of a wall on the backside of a car, instead of something more serious. It even looks like some of the trim might have gone a bit wonky on the back. Unless I'm just imagining things, but that was by far and away the safest option because I didn't wreck anything mechanical. It is low, like it is low slung. There's apparently suspension travel, but it is low. Like I just heard it bottom out on a curb of all things. If this had good tyres. Okay. The brakes are unnerving. Like I don't think I did anything too much mechanically there, but that was not feeling good. I think it was just visual damage. But that did not feel good at all. Like it just lost it. The weirdest thing is, when I'm on the power, it's not when it loses it. It loses it, like, under brakes. It just slides. And I did try and tune the brakes as best as I could. They probably do need retuning, but the thing is, it's the oddest balance. It understeers, but then when it starts sliding, I think I've had this before on, like, the off-road compound tyres. The things just have no grip, front or rear. And that means even if it feels grippy, even if you somehow extract some grip out of them, when you start losing grip, when it starts sliding, there's just no recovering whatsoever. It's going and you can't do anything about it. It's actually pretty smooth on the bumps, I'll give it that much. It isn't going to be quick. I doubt it'll be the slowest car once I actually get this thing to handle. I could be wrong though. Like it does have a bit of speed. I feel like it's deceptively quick. It does not feel as quick as it is, but then the car is dangerous. Like, it carries its speed fairly well, honestly. But then, the fact remains, it's on tyres that are just terrible. They're holding the whole thing back. To think if I'd selected one of the race tyres, the minimum would have been drag tyres. Not the best, but actually can be used to very good effect, even around a corner. This is just not the case here. Just making train noises again. As I say, 125, it did not feel like it was going 125. It felt like it was going about 80. Which is interesting when you consider these tyres are just downright dangerous. Like, as I say, I had a few offs on the first lap, so I am going more careful here. I'm rarely going at full power. Just, again, I have to go gentle on the brakes as well, because as I say, if I actually try and fully use the brake power it actually has, I just put the car at risk of, like, spinning out. Now I can go full power. The automatic is not the problem here. Honestly, there's so many other problems. Like, you'll see, after those smaller impacts I had, I'm going so gentle on it. Because I have to. Like, if I don't go super gentle on all of the inputs, the thing is going. Yeah, that's like the Max Mobile went off in the same place. But this did it in a much more kind of necessary way. It does have the roots of a very good car, as I say, though. Like, okay, that was okay. Like, given that this car was completely losing control of everything, the very fact I managed to just have a very slight drift off the course onto the left of the track and not lose much time, that was incredibly lucky, I feel. And that's it. Like, look, you feel like with this vehicle, you're incredibly reliant on just getting lucky with it. Like, you see, it starts sliding there. I was just hoping it would point in the correct direction, which it did. You have hope and luck. Those are the only two things you have, and I kind of messed up with this shifter, but I'd already crossed the line by the time I hit it, so that's fine. Now, for times I've done, I'll have to go, not free roam. I'll have to go and check on here because the way it was, that time 2:17. I don't know, single lap. Oh, there it is. So, where is this one? Miku Mobile. Now, that was terrible. As you can tell, all the dead memes. That was awful. We have, I think, no, I thought it was showing that. So, have we beaten that? Because some of these cars are embarrassing. Okay, so of the cars on downright awful tyres, I think it did fairly well. What's that, 34th, 35th, is it? No, it did show it. I mean, it keeps showing it, which is very confusing. I'm going to have to read the text instead of, like, looking at that, so... Wait, the Miku-mobile. So, okay, this is the Miku-mobile. I'd say that's good. The power of Miku has brought it up the leaderboard, if that is what I'm seeing. I don't know, because it's very confusing how BeamNG is, like, bringing up the Miku-mobile and then hiding it again and saying, oh, no, actually, this wasn't the Miku-mobile. This was something else. See, it's like, this stuff is all good at the top. This stuff is actually pretty good handling stuff. Even if it's got front leaf springs, it's set up decently. It has the grip it needs. The Miku-mobile has just, like, disappeared. The Miku-mobile is the slowest thing here, apparently. I mean, it shows one lap. If that was the lap I had the crash... The Miku-mobile needs saving. Like, I don't think it's showing the other laps, so... I understand. I don't think it's showing the other laps, so I'm gonna have to, Where is it? I think if I load out of the race, it may display the times. It wasn't displaying them. I think it was just displaying the one worst lap it had. But the very fact that any lap in this was the slowest of them all concerns me. It really does. So, yeah. I mean, I can take this on the dirt a bit, anyway. It's on two-wheel drive. You do not want that on these tyres. Like, these tyres are just car ruining, because this had so much potential, even with the additional weight of the steel body. So much potential. And it was just thrown away because of these tyres and these tyres alone. You know what, it's okay off-road, but it doesn't have grip. Like, these tyres, as I say, they're garbage. They're hot trash. So, if you get them, you're done for. You know, it's kind of thing, I would say just give up. But look at how it's actually riding these bumps surprisingly decently for something so low. It has potential. But that potential is just never going to live up to it as long as it's got these tyres. Anyway, I will be checking the leaderboard and then I'll leave it. If I can't find the Miku-mobile again. So time trials and... So, Miku-mobile, the biblically accurate minion was low. I mean, where is it? Because it seems it's got to be somewhere, I feel, with those 2 laps I did. I got one half decent lap. But it's not showing up. Like, I don't know why. It's showing the 1 lap. It's not showing the others. Yeah, so I don't know. All I've got is that the Miku-mobile did the slowest lap. Slightly. But it doesn't show the other 2 laps at all. That is very weird. So what have we got? Have we got the Miku-mobile here? Or is this just ones that have completed 3 laps? Nope. Like, I'm just not seeing it, as I say. I know it's the slowest, so it's just these tyres, though. Like, this car had potential to be so nice to drive. The tyres ruined it. And, yeah, with that disappointing conclusion, I must say, goodbye.